Aussie.
And it's Christmas. And so there are songs about that, aren't there? I think I have this vague nagging feeling someone once wrote a song about Christmas. I know that sounds crazy. Why would someone do that? But I just have this weird memory at some point of someone singing a song that was something to do with Christmas. But I think it was my imagination. That just is. I imagine weird things all the time, and I think that's one of the weird things I imagined, because it doesn't make a lot of sense doing a song about Christmas. Crazy train of thought to start on, but here we are. Happy day to you, wherever you may be, whenever you may be, whatever is going on. I hope it's all good. Yeah, see, Fox, you'd think the same thing. It seems odd that someone would wrote a song about Christmas. That it just seems strange. I don't know why the idea popped into my head that someone should have done it. But yeah, I have this weird half memory of a Christmas song. Every time I say it, it sounds really silly. A Christmas song, as if that's a thing you'd do. I mean, honestly, where do I get these flights of fancy from? I don't know. I do not know where these weird ideas come from, how they pop into my head, what weird random firing neuron in my brain put such an odd thought into my head. It is very hard to comprehend, quite honestly. Today already has a song about it. Friday on My Mind. That's a good song. Today is Friday. The Easy Beats. Monday I got Friday on my mind. Dun, 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 dun. That's such a good song. That holds up. That's like from fuck knows how long ago is that? That's like 55 years ago. I now feel compelled to look that up when that was originally recorded. So I need to know the answer. Friday on My Mind, song by the Easy Beats. 1965. Yeah, that's a 55-year-old song. And call me crazy, but I think it holds up. If you're not familiar with it, go, watch it on YouTube as very old, low-res black and white video of the Easy Beats singing Friday on My Mind. It holds up. It's a great song. Just worried I sounded sarcastic when I said that. I am absolutely not being sarcastic. The Easy Beats with little Stevie Wright up front. I was going to call him Stevie Wonder. It's little Stevie Wright up front before he had all the problems with heroin and mental health. Easy Beats were fucking legends. Big Bad Ads. Merry Christmas to you, good sir. Good sir. You can tell I'm dressed in my Christmas best. Means I'm gonna make cocktails and videos tonight. So I'm gonna get in the mood for that. Might make one quite. I poured myself a fruit juice, so I guess I don't have to finish that. I could just intersperse it during the night. I'm gonna make a chocolate Sazerac. Readers, link to the Easy Beats. Just go on YouTube, Friday on My Mind. The Easy Beats will pop up first. It's very good. Noog, Merry Christmas, my friend. What's that? That was that's the Christmas song. I remember it now. It was Snoopy's Christmas. Whereas that weird was it the Royal Guardsmen? I heard this in my time. They had, I don't know what the fuck it was about. They had this idea of Snoopy being a fighter pilot in World War One and fighting the Red Baron. I don't know if the song came first or if that was the weird stuff that was happening in the Peanuts comic first. Hello, Annette and Abigail. Bar humbug indeed. But yes, there's a bit where the Red Baron says to him, "Merry Christmas, my friend." But I think that was it. I think that was the one Christmas song was about Snoopy fighting the Red Baron on Christmas. And I don't think anyone has ever written another Christmas song. Because why would they? It's just so weird. I don't know where that thought got into my head. That's my bugbear for tonight. Why did I think people wrote a song about Christmas? Because that seems like such a strange thing to write a song about. Well. So it's just the way my mind works, that sometimes I think weird things like that could be real when they clearly aren't. So, but yes, I'm going to make a chocolate Sazerac because Monday is chocolate day. You know, people just nominate days are something day. Monday, December 28th, chocolate day. And when I looked at chocolate drinks, the more interesting one that popped up was a chocolate Sazerac with whiskey. They said bourbon. I think I'm going to use Starward Nova, actually. And an absinthe rinse and a bit of white creme de cacao, which makes it a chocolate Sazerac because that's not normally in a Sazerac. Speaking of which... so you can go out tomorrow and find some post-Christmas sales. I don't think they've updated them since last time I looked. Let's do that. Still selling the Diplomatico Reserva Exclusiva for $25 off. If you ever wanted to buy an expensive rum at Dan Murphy's, Diplomatico Reserva Exclusiva, it's normally like $105, and they're selling it for $79. So it's still an expensive rum, but $25 off. And I bought it last time they did that, and it is probably my favorite sipping rum, and I have a lot of rums over there. So that's it. But no, they haven't updated. I thought maybe tomorrow they'll have some Boxing Day sales or something. I think it's some of the gift packs that are maybe cheap. It's Nova's $5 off. That's hardly earth-shaking. Twofold's $10 off, and that's already the cheapest one, so that's not bad. Fortis $10 off. And I am out of Fortis. Okay, I'm hearing really weird noises out there. Doesn't sound like the TV, but it probably is. Anyway, so yes, I just noticed in the news headlines, New South Wales Premier calls on shoppers to avoid Boxing Day sales because they're going to have a fucking super spreader event. You take into account Christmas, Boxing Day sales, and New Year's Eve where they're still having the fucking fireworks because they're fucking morons. Absolutely massive risk of... I mean, they've essentially done a really good job of containing this outbreak. Like, they keep finding new cases, but not that many. And they're like testing 40 to 60,000 people a day and getting less than 10 positives out of that, which is pretty fucking amazing. And so they're just on the edge of having it under control, but it's like, I'm going to drop restrictions for Christmas and New Year's Eve. Well, that's... Jesus, you are making a rod for your own back there. If I was all the state premiers, I'd be like, no, fuck letting anyone from New South Wales across the border. because the risk is too high. Oh, and also there were those rich fuckwits. Some people, and I don't know if they're Australian or foreign, but they'd like hired some mega yacht, and the rumor is it costs 750,000 a week to hire this thing, and these rich fucks have hired it. And they're traveling up the coast, and they're trying to dock in Queensland, and there are people positive for COVID on the fucking boat, and they're acting like the rules don't apply to them. The fucks, they should be arrested. It's so obvious. Laws and restrictions don't fucking apply to rich people. It's sickening. It's absolutely sickening. It beggars belief, this story that, oh, hey, there's the boats going up the coast and people on it have got the Rona, but they think they should just be allowed to travel and go into different cities. And it's like, get fucked, you pieces of shit. They should absolutely be fucking arrested. I should forcibly put them into fucking quarantine. Fucking pieces of shit. Yeah, Fox, I'm all for just burning the mega yacht to contain the infection. So Duke, don't let him dock, that's another thing. But I mean, it's really expensive to keep them under constant observation to make sure they don't dock. I mean, that's the bare minimum you should do. But fucking pieces of shit. They're, again, there was that incident earlier in the year where two young women who happened to be not white went into Queensland, and I don't remember if they were actually positive for the Rona. I think they were. Like they'd come from Melbourne, and they didn't tell the truth when they went into Queensland. They got found out, and their photos and names were all over the front pages of the fucking tabloids, like vilifying them. But rich white cunts do this shit, and are their names and photos on the front page of the papers? Are they? Fuck, they are not. And it's just fucking sickening. But and again, it was all these rich prick on the northern beaches, and again, there was this weird story couple of days to a week ago, some 60-year-old guy from the northern beaches, when they were in strict lockdown, like you're not allowed to leave, he just went, oh fuck it, and drove several hours up the coast to a town that had a beach he liked to go swimming at. I mean, the fucking entitlement. And was this cunt's name and photo on the newspaper? No, it fucking was not. I mean, the bigotry and the double standards are just so out in the open. Like they're not even trying to hide it. It's absolutely fucking sickening. I find it so hard to wrap my head around this shit. Absolutely just messing with my head, quite honestly. But this is the world we find ourselves in. I'm thinking of just making this Sazerac, and just making you watch me make it, because it's pretty simple. It's a pretty simple cocktail. I just got to do I need a. I know what I'll put it in. I was thinking I need a little glass for my rinse. I'm going to do an absinthe rinse and to chill the glass. And I know what I'm going to pour it. Rather, they say like, put an absinthe rinse in the glass so you get this thing, and then tip the absinthe out. And it's like, it's the most expensive thing I own. I'm not fucking tipping it out. I'm going to tip it into another glass and drink it. Yes. But I forget where I saw that tip. It's like, hey, yeah, if the idea of tipping your absinthe out is terrible, then do this. Like, have some ice in the glass to chill it. And this one actually says put a bit of water in as well. Which I might put a bit of soda in, actually. And that chills the glass while you're mixing the cocktail. and then it's like, pour out the rinse. But yeah, don't pour it down the drain. Pour it into another glass and drink it. Fox, I did get a message from AZ early today, and he wanted to join. He sounded super fucking tired, so he may well have passed out in the meantime. So we may or may not hear from him. Oh yeah, and absolutely, Angry Bunch. If you want to, hey, look, you want to do it now. If anyone's in the mood to do it now, why not? It's a Friday night, and if you haven't already used your spoons in interactions today, you might want to interact on here, and if so, it's wide open. Why not indeed? Socialize. I love being able to do this low-key socializing, i.e. online. Still get a little bit of interaction, but quite low overhead, and I think quite low demands on us as people. So, yeah, so a lot of stuff about Gladys's coronavirus Christmas plan being shit. Ooh, a backpack. Ooh, I gotta see the picture. Backpacker asked to leave Bondi restaurant over not acceptable outfit. It does basically look like she's wearing underwear, yes. So she's gone into... I find it interesting that they asked her to leave, actually. Was that a Bondi restaurant? So was it Bondi Icebergs? I find it weird. Yeah, she's wearing an outfit that's basically underwear. But I find it weird that a restaurant did ask her, Fox, how's it going?
Pretty good.
Good. How's your day been?
I couldn't go to a family Christmas lunch day because my girlfriend's mum is sick.
Oh, no. All right.
Her dad was sick earlier this week, so...
Okay.
And
so
my girlfriend's a little bit sick. And my girlfriend's a little bit sick too, so...
Oh, okay. So you might be next.
Maybe.
What type of sick is it? It was like stomach virus or?
Kind of vaguely flu-like.
Yes. Oh, sorry, I just noticed. Abigail's saying, if I jump in, can I reserve the right not to talk except when it's necessary to interject with Star Trek, etc.? Of course. Spoon preservation is the name of the game. But yes, no demands placed on anyone in the chat at all. Oh, it sounds like you got someone partying in the next room.
Next door, actually.
That's next door, is it? Okay, fair enough. The most extravagant thing I did today is just randomly decided to rewatch the last Star Wars film, The Rise of Skywalker. It's still stupid as fuck. It's just, it's actually quite annoying how dumb it is. I know people had problems with the other two. I thought Force Awakens was a really good reboot of this series, and slightly controversial opinion, I really liked The Last Jedi. I thought it was fucking great. Although I am willing to entertain the casino scene didn't quite work. I know why they did it. They were trying to make a really quite important point, that giving a bit more depth to the Star Wars universe that it didn't have before. Namely, that when there's a war, not everyone's in it. There are people who are profiting from it. And I really quite liked that. But it didn't quite work but Jesus Christ, The Rise of Skywalker was a clusterfuck. Just the concept of completely and utterly dropping basically every important plot point from The Last Jedi was fucking mind-blowing. That they just dropped everything. They sidelined Rose. They completely ignored that concept of, at the end of the movie, the kid who was able to move the broom with the Force, that anyone could be Force sensitive. It's not about fucking fascistic bloodlines and bullshit. And what do? Come up with an absolutely absurd, fucked up fascist bloodline story. And it's like, Jesus Christ, what the fuck is wrong with you? But yes, Abigail might be Star Trek. Yeah.
And that thing about the bloodline, the connotations of that, who exactly was desperate enough to boink him? To boink Palpatine?
Oh, well, but when he was young, he's the grandfather. So,
Yeah.
When you saw him in the prequels, that was, 20, 30 years after he had children. At least 20 or 30, maybe 40 years after he had children. So, but yeah, it's kind of funny when you look at the evil emperor, and the idea of people having sex with him is pretty weird. One of the weirdest things was to discover the Disney people did not have any coherent idea of what they wanted to do with the trilogy. They treated each movie as a standalone, which is ridiculous. Laura, your flowers on screen, Laura.
Yes, I haven't got a camera today.
Oh, that's okay. You're happy to chat.
I just woke up. Well,
that's fair.
Aww.
Been up for about an hour, actually.
All right. No, that's fair.
Well, coffee's that way.
I'm allergic to tea and coffee. Confuses Americans. And confuses Americans because it's like, but you're English.
Yes.
And tea.
How can you be allergic to tea? Yes.
Well, I say allergic. It's more of a sort of defensive bent. Have you tried Earl Grey? Have you tried this, that, or the other? It's like tea makes me vomit.
Yeah.
The smell of tea makes me feel green.
Oh, that's not good.
So yeah, so I'm not like allergic. I don't get like anaphylactic shock or something. It just makes me puke.
But that is in a way allergies can manifest. So
yeah. So it just saying allergic tends to give reaction. Oh well, I'll not offer a different alternative.
Yeah.
Of the same thing.
Fine. The hot chocolate is that way.
Yeah.
I'm allergic to that too. Also makes me vomit.
Oh wow.
The water is that way.
Tea, coffee, hot chocolate, Horlicks. I don't know what it is. It must be a combination because I can drink Pepsi and no problem at all. I can eat coffee cake.
Okay.
So it's not caffeine and it's not sugar. So I don't know what it is. But either way,
just the combination of things. Yeah.
So I just avoid them. So that's it.
Yeah, that is a sensible approach to take. Yeah, and I agree with you. Just shorthanding it by saying I'm allergic stops people trying to do all the shit.
Yeah. So anyway, today's a pretty sad day for me because this is the first time in my life that I've not had anywhere to go for Christmas Day.
Oh, bummer.
You have, yeah. You can come here.
My mum disowned me for being transgendered the day before Mother's Day because I wanted to go down and give her a present.
Oh god.
Well, your mother can go get fucked.
Last year I went to visit my friend in Plymouth, and unfortunately with COVID and the fact he's got asthma, I don't want to put him at risk. And for that matter, myself at risk, because I live on my own, and if I get sick, I've got no one to look after me.
Yeah. So caution is warranted. Yes.
Yeah. So I mean, I could have made some kind of arrangement, but I think it's just with COVID, it's just best to err on the side of caution.
Yeah,
Mhm.
that does sound like a wise thing to do. Oh, and hi, Stella, by the way.
Hi,
Holy
Stella.
Crucified Messiah. Merry Christmas, everyone. Oh my God, because I've seen my various sacrilegious friends posting various sacrilegious things on social media, some of which were very funny. I'm trying to remember the funniest one. Grasshopper. Hey, Grasshopper, how's it going?
Good evening. How are we?
Good, man. How you
We
doing?
are alive. We are alive. That's the main
Well,
thing.
being that it's on the day now, Merry Christmas. Laura, I don't know
Thank
if it's
you.
Christmas quite yet for you yet, but Merry Christmas to you either way, my darling.
Thank you. It is. It's 9:26 in the morning here.
There we go.
And
What on
Happy
earth are you doing on a
holidays.
live stream at 9:26 in the morning, Laura?
I couldn't sleep, so I got up.
and
Well-
happy holidays to those who don't celebrate Christmas, but celebrate the other festive days around this time of year.
Yeah.
There's Hanukkah, there's
Ramadan, Kwanzaa.
Ramadan
What?
was much earlier this year, wasn't it?
I think so. What's
I'd have to ask my brother-in-law.
I thought that was in like
Kwanzaa.
October or something.
What
Yeah,
religion
no.
is Kwanzaa?
I
Kwanzaa
think
is here.
I think Kwanzaa is always around Christmas. Hanukkah is usually close to Christmas, sometimes at the same time. But Ramadan, it must be something to do with lunar cycles. The dates for Ramadan vary a lot.
Ramadan this year was actually back in April.
Oh, there you go.
Jesus, I didn't know that. Okay.
It started on 23rd of April, ended on 23rd of May.
Wow. Because
yeah.
a couple of years ago, it literally crossed over Christmas.
So what
It did,
belief
yeah.
system is Kwanzaa in? I'm trying to
It's an African American
South African-
heritage thing.
oh.
Kwanzaa, let me look it up.
Yeah, Fox will give us a rundown.
I'm just going to,
Wikipedia it or whatever.
yep, and I will post that in the private chat.
Just a little warning. Do you remember I told you, Angry Ozzy, that I have this little game with my brother called Insults to the Death? Do you remember that one?
Yes.
One of my insults I used one time was, not with my brother, but sort of, I've pushed it out to have a wider spread than just my brother. And it's like, well, you could use Wikipedia as a source. However, given what I just added under your name, let's just say I suggest you don't go near any farmyard animals for the time being.
Yeah. There used to be a thing when I was working at Telstra. They had all of the various websites blocked for access to anything, except for two particular websites, Wikipedia and ABC News. They were the only two websites that you could access. And if you're on night shift at Telstra, there was literally nothing else to do. And like there was no in-house chat program back in the day either. So we just used to do silly, stupid, made-up words that we put onto Wikipedia and basically talk to everybody in the description section of Wikipedia. Back in the day.
I think that news organizations should have a reasonable obligation to basically assist Wikipedia in terms of funding, given how much that's probably going to be their first point of call for researching any kind of article and anything.
One of the things that drives me nuts is when somebody if they're trying to look something up and they're like, oh, get me proof, but don't use Wikipedia for proof because Wikipedia is a proof. Wikipedia is probably the best launching point for information on so many subjects out there. Don't use it as the absolute proof, but it is a fantastic launching point.
It's certainly good for a general brief of something.
Yeah, and when it comes to history stuff, it's good for that.
Somebody's having a party close to someone there.
Yeah, next door of me.
Oh, okay. Wow, they are loud as hell.
That's right.
They are.
They're having a jolly time. Oh, Sajuke's joining as well. Sajuke, how you doing?
Woo!
Hello, everyone. It's nice to
Now
see you all. Merry
Now we
Christmas
just need an
and
American.
holidays and
Yeah.
all that. It's good to see.
So for
Now
those
we just need an
interested, a
American.
really short summary of Kwanzaa, annual celebration of African American culture, which is held 26th December to January 1, created by Dr. Maulana Karenga, based on African harvest festival traditions from various parts of Africa, and was first celebrated in 1966. So there you go. It's not religious per se. It's a celebration of African American culture that's held around the holiday period.
And if you think about it, really, I mean, aren't most holidays cultural based?
They are, like all the ones the Christians took over. The vast majority existed in pagan traditions beforehand, notably Easter and Christmas, and All Hallows, aka Halloween. Although that's lost, 99% of the world, I think, don't know that the Christians tried to take that over, and it's totally pagan. But yeah, Christmas was the pagan midwinter, and Easter was the pagan spring festival. So yeah, you're spot on, I think, Laura. Most of them hinge on cultural things. But it's the extent to which they're tied to religion, like Hanukkah, very closely tied to Judaism, obviously, and Ramadan, obviously, closely tied to Islam. Whereas Kwanzaa's, although I think they probably do have some something very close to religious elements in it, but not tied to any religion as such.
So was Santa nice to you this year, Andrew?
Santa, courtesy of my credit card, got me a Nintendo Switch and the new Zelda game, and got what do you call it? Assassin's Creed Valhalla. Mrs. Angry is still playing the Greek one, Odyssey or whatever it's called, but we'll get on to Valhalla when she's exhausted the possibilities in Odyssey. But yes, we actually had, my daughter bought a Switch and it used to be in the lounge room, but then she started online gaming with her friends, so it's in her room all the time. So I wanted to play Switch games again, so bought another Switch. So there are 2 fucking Switches in the house now.
Well, that's not a bad Christmas present to get there.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
They can't touch it.
How about you, Fox? Was Santa nice to you this year?
Santa, courtesy of my key card, my bank account. I guess we can write off the Switch we bought the other day as Christmas present. My booze delivery came a few days ago, so Christmas present.
Sorry, your what came a few days ago?
Booze delivery. I got alcohol.
Oh, you and your alcohol.
Yeah, I know, right?
And how about you, Laura? Has Santa been nice to you this year, my darling? Although it's kind of early in the morning for you.
My friend got me some makeup, which was nice, a nice shadow pack, and I bought myself a copy of what's it called? Zoo. Like a theme park thing, but a zoo. What's it called? Planet Zoo. So yeah, I've got Planet Coaster, which is from the people who made Elite Dangerous.
Okay.
And I like that. And sort of before them, they were behind Roller Coaster Tycoon. So it's a sort of range. They've got another one which is a Jurassic Park one as well, but I'm not really bothered about that one. But there's a channel on YouTube that's very, very much worth watching called Gotta Game It, and the guy is just crazy.
Okay.
He just goes out on
Abigail, hello.
Hi, Abigail.
Hello.
Hi.
Nice to see
Hello.
you.
So
Likewise.
So Gotta Game It, he basically goes out of his way to sort of build. I mean, he built a Shawshank Redemption, a prison zoo.
Okay.
He had, it's like, oh, I'm going to make this, I'm going to put a giraffe in this little impound. How small can I get it? And how many giraffes can I get in there? So he ended up with something like 27 giraffes in the same amount of tiny space, and ended up with some kind of, giraffe hydra going on with multiple heads. It was hilarious. The Planet Coaster game, he made a big cannon, and it so that it threw people in it, and then fired a projectile through it and blew them out the end like a shotgun.
Okay.
Honestly, if you subscribe to any channel and just want to laugh, that's the one. Gotta game it.
All right. Well, I'm doing the rounds at the moment, Abigail. So now that you've just joined us, I'm asking if Santa has been nice to people this year. So I pose the question to you: was Santa nice to you this year, my darling?
I don't believe in Santa.
Fine. Did you get any presents this year?
I got a plant. I got some chocolates. I got my mum sent me some cash, which was nice.
Cash is good.
That is
It was
nice.
more about the company and going to my friend's place and being like completely anxious the whole time because it was crowded and busy. Yay, Christmas. No, I had fun. Saw friends I haven't seen in a while and came home, had a nap because I was so tired from being socially anxious, and
I know that feeling.
And now I'm here.
Mhm.
Sounds like a pretty typical Christmas day for myself as well, actually.
Yeah.
Since you've been asking everyone else, Grasshopper, was Santa nice to you?
Yeah. So I showed the shirt last night that my wife got me, and I'm wearing it again today because I wore it for like 20 minutes last night. Took it off, put it in the wardrobe, and was just like, bugger it, I'll just wear it again today because I love it. My friends got me a Steam gift card, which will be fun for later on, and my brother got me Cyberpunk 2077
Okay, what
Nice.
platform?
PC.
Okay, apparently, yeah, it's okay.
yeah.
on PC.
It's discontinued on the PS5, from what I read on some billboards while shopping.
And
in-
Xbox as well.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Ooh.
Yeah.
No, the
it's
the game
it's the
itself
whole
isn't
thing.
too. The game itself isn't too bad on PC, but the launcher that they use, this GOG launcher thing, like, number one, I
Yeah.
am sick to death of 11 billion bloody game store launcher things out there.
You
But,
didn't already have GOG?
No, I did not. No.
GOG is like GOG and Steam are the only two I'll put up with. And the
okay.
only reason I have the Epic Store installed is because my son bugs me to play bloody Fortnite sometimes. And that's it.
Oh, there you go.
No, I've got Epic Games on mine because I got Borderlands 3 when it first came out, and it was only available on Epic.
Okay.
So,
So the thing with GOG is that a lot of the games are DRM free.
all right.
In fact, I think they have a DRM free policy. But like the people who own GOG own CD Projekt Red, so that's why they released it there. It's the same same people.
Fair enough. And how about you, Sejuk? Was Santa nice to you this year?
Well, no, I didn't really get anything. I lie. So, I got some money from my parents, and I just called them for about 3 or 4 hours yesterday, till about midnight my time, and I was just watching them make Christmas lunch, and we're just shooting the shit for all that time, and got to irritate my dogs, who can one loves watching the screen, and he saw my face and got excited, so so that's nice to see. But most importantly, I have my health, and I think that's something that I think that we take for granted sometimes, especially in maybe in sometimes these times, and it's just nice, even though I haven't really seen anyone for maybe a month and a half or something, 2 months. It's just nice to be
There's part of me
healthy.
that there's a part of me that wants to agree with you on the whole having my health part, but I'm a smoker, so I can't say that with a straight face.
Oh dear.
So yeah, so look, like if it wasn't for the pandemic, I would be in Australia at this time. I'd be just chilling it up with my parents until probably later in the first week of January, then I make it back, and I'm like a zombie for a week because of jet lag.
They'll be doing the vaccines during this year. Apparently, the staggered rollout starts mid-January, and apparently by about March it should start being available for public consumption. So
yes.
yeah, keeping
It's
my fingers crossed that timeline stays correct and there isn't too much of a outbreak between now and then. Oh, kitty cat!
Kitty time.
She wanted to say hello.
Hello,
And
kitty.
Kitty therapy.
so
Oh, hi,
Say
Maple Leaf
hello.
too, by the way. I just saw you come in. Sorry.
cute cat.
Oh, I need to do a clarification. The channel was Let's Game It Out,
Let's
Oh,
I've
go.
heard
okay.
of that one.
and
heard of that one.
I'll just show you an idea of the kind of crazy stuff. If you want to screen share that.
Yeah, what's this? Let's have a look.
Toronto Maple Leafers.
And he's
says, "Hey,
got an
angry
ordered
everyone."
like 50
Ah.
giraffes,
Oh my god.
and they appear in crates.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then the,
So good.
Looks like something from Spore or something.
so
Yeah.
Just
Okay.
so it just gives you an idea of the kind of
Sure.
stuff.
No, I'm just going to remove it because I don't know how itchy on the trigger finger that person is with content ID, and that can get like a copyright claim on my video. So
Okay, I did it and made it short deliberately.
Yeah.
But you know, I mean, the thing about it is, if anything, it's just showing his channel, isn't it?
yeah, exactly.
Oh, look
Yeah,
at this channel.
yeah. No, people.
So
do,
because it's Christmas and it's once a year, I guess. I'm starting a tradition. I'm going to have Scotch and Coke.
you go for it.
Oh,
I'm going to make
because I quit Coke ages ago. I quit Coke almost a year ago, and never looked back because I was getting upwards of like 1.5 liters, 2 liters a day, and it's not healthy.
Yeah,
So-
I love that one.
Yeah, it's. I'm glad I stopped.
Tell a lie. I also got a little bit of a gag gift that I absolutely love, though. One of these little
Love a
things.
gag gift.
Oh, a gumball machine.
Nice.
Cool.
That's not a gag gift.
I love it.
That's a legit awesome gift.
I love it. I've got just cool mints inside of it because I don't chew gum.
See,
But
I'd be putting chocolate coated almonds or something in it,
yeah.
but you'd have to make sure it's not hot.
Yeah.
yeah.
Anyway,
No, chocolate. Cheers, my darling,
happy Yule.
and all of that. Yeah. No.
Oh, that's so good. Oh, I'm so glad I bought that. The whiskey I bought the Nova. I don't know if you saw it last night.
Ooh,
Grasshopper,
Starwood.
Nova,
that looks
made
lovely.
made right here in Melbourne.
Yeah.
This is one of their top shelf kind of single malt whiskies
Are
that they
you
have.
currently
That
flying into the
Angry
star?
introduced me to, and now I can't get enough of.
Are
I'm
you
going
currently
to
flying
have to
into
go
the star?
to a tasting there. They
no,
do.
she's floating there, although technically
Oh.
moving very slowly.
Moving very slowly in Elite Dangerous.
Ah,
Just
yeah.
looks like she's driving directly into a star.
Oh well, I was for a bit, but
Mm.
now I'm fuel scooping and scanning the system. I'm out exploring.
I'm gonna turn my mic off for a bit so you can all talk while I make this cocktail, so you can continue to
Sure.
talk without distraction. I'll be back in 10 or 15 minutes.
No
Okay.
problem
Oakley
at all.
schmuckly.
I've actually started playing Elite Dangerous again.
Yay! What's your
Okay.
commander name? I'll add you.
Oh,
I'll put it in private chat.
Sure.
just so
I
you don't
have
get PM by half a planet.
Oh yeah.
Well, no, because of the spelling of it. It'll just be easy for her to copy paste it.
I have Elite Dangerous in my
Yep.
Steam library, but I don't think I tried to boot it up once to make it work with
You're
my VR.
currently active, apparently.
Yes, I'm sitting at Descartes Station, deciding what I'm going to buy to sell at another station.
Fair enough. Well, I can be found under the name Funky Abigail.
Hmm.
That's because you're
All
funky.
one word. Oh, the
No,
name is completely ironic. Like, at the moment I started using that name many years ago. It was always ironic, completely
hello there.
and utterly.
One
You just
pending
come in and
friend
jump on the bed
request.
and don't say hello anymore. Is that the way that it is now? Is the bed just yours now?
Oh, Abigail, I got the virtual camera working yesterday.
Oh, yay! Cool.
And it's actually on right now, but it's on the webcam at the moment with OBS.
Yep.
So
Cool.
luckily I'm already somewhat skilled with OBS, so
Let's
Yep.
finish
okay.
request.
So but at the moment I can do this, and of course
Yay!
and then of course I can do that, and then you have like half my face
Yeah.
filtered off.
Yep.
So of course, by the way, this is Eve for those who don't know,
No, I was
and
about to say that.
Okay.
yeah, and it's
I've never
you can-
played Eve.
I have. I just can't get. I like it, but I just can't get into it. Something about it
Yeah.
is. I think if I just sat there and played it for a full day, I'd. Because
Yeah.
I played it for. Let's see, what does my library say?
My dog decided to come in and jump up on my bed behind me without
Oh,
coming
good.
over and saying hello, and I decided
That doesn't seem right.
acceptable.
That
That's sort of-
playtime does not seem right.
Oh, did you appreciate the Christmas present, Grasshopper?
Very, very, very much. Very, very, very much.
I
my
hope I
wife
didn't
was-
catch you at an opportune time looking
Actually,
at that.
no, thankfully, no.
Oh.
My wife was jealous again, but no. It was great. Everybody, this is Jack.
No.
Cute dog.
Jack.
Cute.
Who
Jack is
Pet
the
the
goodest
puppy.
dog.
he
Pet
is
the
very,
puppy.
very happy right now because he's getting daddy snuggles. He just sits there, puts his hand, like his chin on my arm, and provided that this hand is scratching the back, he doesn't move. He'll just stay here all night and take all of the
He has a
scratches.
routine.
That's like my border collie. He or one of them. He would jump up on me, and he, of course, he loves watching screens. It's his big thing, and he would rest his head on the table whilst looking at the screen and seeing what I'm doing. Always loved having snuggles. Like it gets a bit painful though because he's he's like a 17-kilogram bony dog. So
Oof.
Yeah, Jack isn't quite 17 kilo, but it gets a little bit uncomfortable holding him on your lap because he has this innate and fantastic ability to put his rear paws directly on your testicles.
Yeah, can be painful. Yeah.
Yeah,
Wow.
and he just decides that that's the most comfortable place for his foot. The worst part is if you're sitting there, it's lovely and it's quiet, you're giving him a scritch, everything's great, and then he'll hear a noise outside that he needs to go and bark at. He will launch using his
Oh.
rear paws that are placed on his testicles. It's yeah. Oh, I tell you what, he's lucky I'm not one of those people that eats puppies because I would have eaten him. For a bloody time.
Is it revenge for having his removed?
We keep on making that
Or
joke.
does he...
Yes, you make it as a joke, but he's serious about it.
Well, oh God, there was that thing. Did you guys ever see that thing that was around for a while there? It was called Newticles. And it was literally fake balls that you could get for your cat or your dog or your horse or whatever after you had the snip done to that particular animal. And it was
wow.
basically fake balls to put back with the
Okay, why?
pet.
So they have something to lick,
Yeah.
I guess.
I don't know about these particular testicles, but I do know that you can get them for bicycles. There are. I've seen
Or
them.
or the absolute advertisement that I am a redneck bogan is the set of testicles that you can have dangling off your toe ball on your ute.
Oh, truck nuts.
Yep.
Yeah, truck nuts. That's the one. Yeah.
Yeah, they call them Radfar and Bella, and they pretty much just
Yeah.
hang. They hang, and they're like red lights, which is fine.
I had a cat when I had him neutered. I felt really guilty about it because, you know, it's like, if someone, you know, I mean, of course, time has a sense of humor because my joke at the time was, you know, if someone put me to sleep and removed my testicles in the night, so while I was asleep, I would be most offended. And of course, that is not the case anymore.
Now you're kind of waiting for that fairy to come and visit you, aren't you?
Yeah. But
Someone wants my testicles. They're in Thailand.
Yeah.
Medical waste bin.
There you go.
Of all of the things to leave, like
What was
I
funny
left my
about it is
I left my wallet in Japan when I whenever they're visiting. Now, but I was like, I got you beat. I got you beat.
Sorry, Laura.
What's funny about it is that my friend, when I was explaining this, you know, they said, well, you know, it's actually really healthy for them. It'll stop them straying and extends life. And I said, straying? I live on the 10th floor of a block of flats. The only way my cat would be able to stray outdoors would be to get into bungee jumping or abseiling.
Hey, Laura, you know why blind people don't go bungee jumping, don't you?
No?
It scares the shit out of their dogs.
Yeah.
Oh. 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 Oh.
What would we do without you, Grasshopper? No, really, what would we do?
Probably have access to way better jokes than what I have.
Please, I'm here.
I live in Germany. There's no jokes here.
I had a German professor once for a compiler class that I did,
Of course.
where we wrote compilers in my computer science degree, and he was German, and his sense of humor was just the weirdest example. Anytime there was an exam, he would say, tomorrow's exam is very hard. Some of you may die. And that was his joke.
Very German.
Yeah, my German boss from my first company, which I'm going to go back to in 1.5 weeks time, but he's not there anymore. Told a joke, and basically it went like this: a Westerner came into East Berlin, into Alexanderplatz, which is where the big giant TV tower is, the big ball on a tower stick type thing. You know, if you see a picture of Berlin, you'll see it's the biggest thing. And then he saw two East Berliners, and he asked them like, "Oh, so where do I get to such and such?" And they looked at him and went, and they spoke in German, like, and they didn't say anything. And he asked again in German, like, "Oh, wo ist dies irgendetwas?" And I'm like, okay. Then he tried in Russian, and they still didn't say anything. And then the Westerner walks off in search of another victim, and the two East Berliners looked at each other and went, "What did he say?" "Oh, I don't know. Well, yeah, I knew exactly what he said. I just didn't want to respond to him." And that was a joke. And he said that at a work meeting. I'm like, it was me, Australian, a Spanish woman from Basqueland, and a UK guy, and we all looked at each other, and I think an American as well, and we all looked at each other like, what just happened? Like, what? Was that a joke?
I'm having flashbacks to the episode of SG1 where Teal'c tells a Gould joke. If anybody here is a fan of Stargate SG1, they'll get that reference.
I haven't seen it in years.
I've never seen Stargate because
I'm
it was
due for a rewatch.
It was on commercial TV, and my parents were against.
No, you got to watch Stargate SG1 if you get the chance. It's the best, cheesiest sci-fi out there. It's less political than Star Trek, and as a result, it's a little bit more fun. But the science fiction part of it is very strongly in the fiction.
Oh my god, no! Don't do that, Angry Aussie. That's an easy sex toy that you're. It's fine.
Oh, yeah. He
Laura,
hears that.
anything is a sex toy if you're brave enough, my darling. Anything is a sex toy. No.
Anyway, what was this? What was the joke? The girl joke.
The ghoul joke was a Satesh guard, a serpent guard, and a Horus guard meet up on a neutral planet, and it's a very tense moment, and the serpent guard's eyes glowed, and the other guard's helmet shined in the sunlight, and the other guard's nose dripped, and then Teok laughs his ass off.
That certainly was a collection of words.
Yeah, it was. It's a bit of word salad, but like the funny part of that joke isn't the joke in and of itself. It's Teok's reaction to saying the joke.
Yeah.
And if I was in Sejuk's situation, the entertaining part of that would have been watching the facial expressions of the person giving that joke, as opposed to the joke in and of itself.
I see. I've seen like maybe 10 minutes of Stargate, and that was of SG1. And that was just like when they pulled out this weapon thing and it said, 1 to stun, 1 to kill, 1 to disintegrate. And
Zetnicatel. Yep.
And like that's all I know. And I've seen the movie and I saw like the Atlantis season, but I haven't seen SG1. Atlantis is a bit.
I started on Atlantis.
Oh wow, cool.
First.
Yeah.
For no particular reason. I'd seen the movie, but the thought of MacGyver playing what's his name, Kurt Russell, was a bit odd. So I didn't watch it for ages, and then I saw Atlantis, and I thought, hey, this concept is pretty cool. And when I'd finished watching that, I watched SG1 and thought, yeah, this is pretty cool. And then the whole last season with the Ori was a bit weird.
Yeah, no,
and all the cast are rotated out, and
season 8, 9, and 10 is no longer Stargate. It's then called Fargate, because they got all of the actors from Farscape in there.
Yes,
and the Ori's got an interesting and fun backstory to it with the rest of the SG1 canon. But I think that the execution was a little bit lacking. It could have been better than it was. But on that same token, it's also got one of my favorite actresses of all time, Morena Baccarin, so that was all right too.
There you go.
Fair enough.
I was at university when I saw it, so procured it using our DC++ network, which is
wow, that's going back a while.
Yeah. Well, it was 2010, so it was
DC++. Wow.
For those who don't know, some of the universities back in the day used to run peer-to-peer networks, and they would use a DC++ network, and you would connect to that computer. They would have like a shared folder full of goodies, and it would be read only, and you could download that. And sometimes if other people had the same stuff with the same hash, if you know what that is, you could do like I think it's like a torrented a download as well, which would make it faster. Yep. Yeah. The IT were always wondering why the usage amongst the res was quite high.
As somebody that did network engineering in university, trust me, there is a lot that the IT students do to the university networks that leaves the IT admins there kind of going, the fuck are they doing?
Yeah.
And why are they doing it? Because they're making our job harder. But at other times they're like, I like the fact that they did this. It makes it work better. Like most IT admins at universities have got the easiest job in the world because all of the students keep the network running anyway.
Yep. Or they're like a test bench for the network's health anyway. So as soon as you know something's going on, it's only them who come to you and complain.
I've always said that I would never take on another normal everyday job. Like, I'm my own boss now, and I love it. But I tell you what, if somebody were to offer me a job as a sysadmin at a university or something like that, I'd probably take that because the pay's really good, and it's probably one of the easiest IT admin jobs in the world. Would probably
Sysadmin?
be a sysadmin at a university. At a university,
Okay.
not like if you were a sysadmin at, say, like a hospital or something like that. My heart goes out to you. That would drive me absolutely bonkers. But like a sysadmin job at a university, 95% of your work gets done by the students. So, and Angry is back.
I'm back.
Yeah.
Got my chocolate Sazerac, and I'm happy.
There you go.
So,
I
with,
saw you.
Made with my Nova. So
Laura
someone
was very.
I know,
It's going around.
someone I know used to work for Birmingham Council, and he started off with doing like noise nuisance complaints and things like that. And it's interesting some of the stuff that that is hidden behind the backgrounds that you don't realize. For example, there was a guy who lived over this old man, and the old man was deaf, practically deaf, but he had his nephew living with him who used to play really, really loud music at all hours of the day or night. And it was so bad after months and months of this that the guy upstairs had his head in an oven and he got caught just in time.
oh, Jesus.
That's how bad it was, okay? So what happened was the
Damn.
council came along and they basically impounded his equipment. And the following day, the local newspaper has got the old man looking old and withered and, that kind of thing, with his outraged looking nephew behind him about how the, nefarious council had come and stolen away this old man's stereo equipment. So that gives you a hint of some of the stuff that can be going on in the background. Anyway, so on the IT stuff, towards the end of his career, well, probably the last third of it, he used to do noise mapping.
I'll be right back, guys. I just got a message on my watch, and my phone's not with me, so I got to go find my phone. Be right back.
Okay.
So
Sure.
all over the city, which is the second biggest city in the UK, Birmingham, they had these monitoring stations, and they would measure what the pollution was like in the area, but also the noise. And so that my friend had this map of Birmingham, and it could tell within a few decibels what the ambient noise should be at any given time, day, or weather. Because if the weather was coming from the west to the east, the airport runway would be operating in a different direction, so that the noise on the eastern side, for example, would be louder, quieter, whereas on the west side it'd be noisier because that's when they take off. It's when they make the most amount of noise. So it was just interesting that. So what happened was the council decided that they would micromanage all sorts of things. So for example, the idea of a petty cash tin, where if you needed something, you could use that to get some supplies. Let's say you needed to get some pencils and you needed them today. You could just go into petty cash, but then it's like, no, we're not going to have a petty cash anymore because that can't be trusted. So you're going to have to requisition it by a company that we have hired to supply all stationary equipment. And it'll take you 3 weeks to get your pencils.
Jeez.
So they would just like, I'll go and buy some pencils from a pound shop with my own money, and I'll just bill it to the company. And that was the easiest way to get things to happen in a sense of time. So they got an IT company in who decided they were going to, redo all the IT for the whole area. Well, the noise department, I suppose you could call it, for the council. And just to give you an idea, they would have like a tape machine those old-fashioned, looks like something from the 60s. But they were
The reel-to-reel machines.
Yeah. So what
Yep.
would happen is if you had a noise nuisance problem, they would have they basically loan you this box, and when the noise happened, you just press a button and it would record it, and then you press it again to turn it off. And it was a locked box; you couldn't access it.
Mhm.
But that was like £15,000 in the 1970s.
Okay.
And they were still being used now because they're bomb-proof. They're almost military engineering in a way.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Really tough. Yeah.
They're scientific instruments.
Yeah.
Not not a sort of thing that you buy on Amazon for like 45 quid.
Yeah.
So what happened was the IT department's like, oh well, your computer stuff is just like so outdated. We're gonna have to replace it with this new stuff. And it's like, no, this is a custom built piece of equipment, IT equipment, because they weren't using like broadband to move data around, because I can't remember what it's called. There's an industry broadband that can move just loads more by comparison, because they were dealing with mapping data that was like hundreds of terabytes in size.
Right.
So
Okay.
it took like a week and a half to transmit it via a normal internet connection, which is through the council server system. It was just
That-
unfeasible. And
It reminds.
Sorry, just let me finish. It was basically young IT people saying, "Oh, that's old, that's useless, that's rubbish, that's outdated. We should replace it, and you're going to have to go through our system." When the system that they had was just not suitable for the purposes that were being required.
Yeah.
So it reminds me of the signaling system in the train network here in Melbourne. I don't know what it's like now, but about 10 years ago, I spoke to someone who worked in their IT department, and basically the signaling system was run by 386s, like ancient computers, and hadn't been upgraded for decades, and they had to source parts for the computers from swap meets, and
Yeah, sounds all right.
it was ridiculous. And there's no sunny side to this. It was just outdated outdated hardware, outdated software that the government refused to upgrade. And people wondered why there were so many problems with the train network.
Outdated
on
system.
hot days, the computers would be would shut down. If a stick of RAM went, because nothing lasts forever, they couldn't get a quick replacement. They'd have to wait for a swap meet to happen and find the parts that way. And it was just ridiculous.
Yeah, you can't, like, it's very hard. I when I was wow, can't English today. So
Would you prefer to German?
if I start my day speaking German, I would actually have a better time speaking German the whole day than trying switching languages hard. It takes some time, and if you speak English and German all the time, it gets better. But 386s, old CPUs, as you said, they don't last forever because in my parents' house, I have a whole bunch of stuff given to me from my late godfather, and he was electrical engineer. Worked on some of the IBM computers. In Melbourne, and he had a big collection of 386 processors, and
cool.
Just by knowing what type, they're just hard to. I reckon they would be hard to come by. Because they're not produced anymore. There's no foundries that make them, and the blueprints might be there though, but
Yeah.
yeah. No, I saw it's curious that you said that, Abigail, that you mentioned that, because about maybe 8 or so years ago, I was pondering my prospects at the job market in Australia as a graduate electronics engineer, and I was looking at signal control and with the train networks down with what was it called, Connex or something, Connex trains, right? I'm pretty sure.
Connex.
Yeah.
That was when it was privatized. Connex was one of the first private companies to run it.
Yeah,
it's ironic because one of the privatized companies in the UK railway system was also Connex.
Probably the same company.
Yeah, it was the same company. I'm pretty sure it was.
It was a French company.
Yeah.
I want to find the person that thought that it was a good idea to privatize all of our public transport in Australia and just smack them a few times.
That is every
The Liberal Party.
It's the fucking 80s. That is from Bob Hawke on the neoliberal bullshit that's been carried on by both sides of politics since the fucking 80s.
Yeah.
And it's ridiculous. Sorry, and I can side issue. Hi, Big Pat, who's trying to say Happy Christmas to me. Buddy, hi. Hope you're having a good day, mate. So, and my personal gripe about IT systems, having worked in IT for the last 20 odd years, is being in, and this is in both corporate and government environments, you find out they've had a custom built piece of software built by essentially one person, and it's become a fucking critical piece of operations, and it's got this single point of failure that there's only one person who knows how it works and how to fix it if it breaks. And it's like, what in the ever-loving fuck is wrong with you? And they go, we went with a big thing, it'd cost us $1 million. Yes, it would, but you would have proper support as well.
And if I may just add on to that, the people who built these fucking programs never providing any form of professional documentation for them.
No, because they want to force you to go back to them. Or sometimes they're just dumb and lazy. But usually it's, no, I'm going to force you to be dependent on me. And you end up with a critical system that relies on one person that you have no fucking control over because they're not an employee. It's nightmare material. No one ever thinks of because I'm working in disaster recovery, no one ever really focuses on the disaster part of disaster recovery. They're like, what if my server didn't work for a day? And go, no, you dense motherfucker. What if you lost every bit of data you own and you couldn't get it back? What in the ever-loving fuck would you do now? And they go, would that happen? I don't know. Will a global financial crisis that cripples the world markets happen? Will a global pandemic happen? They're both pretty fucking bad things that you didn't prepare for, aren't they? So I think your computer system going tits up is a bit more likely than some of the things that have actually happened. So
Angry, it would frighten you the amount of clients that I have gotten where they've asked me to come in to have a look at their failing IT infrastructure that has been there since P4s with the latest, greatest technological advancement in PCs. Yeah. They've had this network up and running since then and have zero form of any kind of data backup at all.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, my first introduction to it was probably in like an insurance company I worked for, and they're like, okay, can you help us? We're having a problem with this Excel thing that we use. Okay. So I go down to see the person because I'm the business analyst. So I'll work out what the problem is and we'll do a solution. And he's showing this thing that looked like a web page basically. And I'm then, but where's the Excel thing you're talking about? And so this is it. That is not Excel. What the fuck is it? And they've brought someone in to code a Visual Basic front end for Excel so they could do these things. And it stopped working because it was well beyond the actual capabilities of Excel, what they were doing with it. And I was like, what the fuck is wrong with you? And they went, if we go through IT, it takes ages and whatnot. They go, yeah, but what's happening now? Core system you rely on that just won't work anymore because you did a dumb fucking thing. It was a Visual Basic front end on top of fucking Excel. Excel was the driving force behind it. So what the fuck is wrong with you?
Abigail,
my
read
God.
woman.
Yeah,
I'm
help
that
me read.
low.
No, I'm right there. I'm
Anytime I
right there with
see
Abigail.
Excel or Microsoft Access, I immediately jump ship. And if I see Visual Basic being used, I'm like, nope, I'm out of here. Too big. I can't deal with it. If that's the level you're at, nah,
I half feel
horrifying.
I feel your cringe half-wise, but I also feel like I also go, well, it's just it just happens. It's just like it's the nature of companies and governments to do exactly that because
It sure
either
does.
if
It
for
sure does.
governments.
The worst I've seen it is I got a job. They wanted me to maintain their in-house CRM software.
Mhm.
What they didn't tell me in the interview, and I found out like in the first week on the job, was that one of the company directors taught himself how to write code and wrote this software. And it was a dog's breakfast. It was spaghetti code on like spaghetti code mixed with tangled wires and balls of string. It was awful. So yeah, that sucked.
I'll tell you a
like,
quick funny one for a company that I used to work at. They advertised that they needed the main in-house program that they used for basically everything was this horrible GUI interface that was built through Visual C++, and they wanted some modifications and some upgrades made to that piece of software. So they advertised for 2 Visual C++ programmers to come in to do the project, and they go through the entire interviewing process and whatnot. They finally find these 2 guys that, according to their resumes and according to their interviews, knew everything that they needed to know and everything was good to go. So the 2 guys started. And the company's given them a couple of weeks to kind of familiarize themselves with the existing program and the needs and the wants of the program and all of that sort of stuff. And after that 2 weeks was up, they sent them the first request for a modification made to how the program ran. And I think it was about 2 weeks later, nothing had been delivered to anybody to try and be implemented. And an email was sent to them saying, "Hey, we've asked you for this change to the program. Where's this change to the program?" And they receive an email back saying, "Oh no, we're working on it. It's really close to completion. Sorry, had a couple of minor bugger ups here and there, but we fixed them, and we're pretty much ready to go. But we'll give it to you in a couple of days, and please be patient." And they got back an email saying, "Okay, no worries at all. Thanks for letting us know. Just in the future, keep us updated." Another week goes past, still nothing. And this time they send him an email in the morning. By mid-afternoon, they haven't heard anything. And I get a phone call. I was one of the head IT department guys. I get a phone call directly saying, "Shannon, can you please go and check what these guys are up to and ask them why they haven't responded to this email?" And I said, "Yeah, sure, no worries at all." I get up away from my desk, walk over to theirs where they weren't. They were outside at the time having a smoke or doing or whatever. And on both of their desks, I shit you not, was the Complete Idiot's Guide to Visual C++ open and bookmarked.
oh,
They were doing their level best to learn it on the job.
oh,
Well,
Lied through their teeth to get the job in the first place. Made up all sorts of bullshit on their resume and all of that sort of stuff. And oh boy, were the management unhappy with that one.
this
Yikes.
rings quite close to me because the job I'm moving into, there was another person who was doing the job before me, and they said they knew how to do simple Python things like run PyTest, do Python tests, and like PyTest is a library and Python testing is like a process, and they didn't know how to do that when they got in, and they quickly realized that, and it was really bad because they spent time trying to get this person a job and everything, and it just rings so close to me because yeah,
Mind you, my evil sense of humor, I've always wanted, if I was ever in a position of interviewing someone for a technical job, I'd wanted to do it with a bookshelf behind me that had a whole bunch of idiots guide books on it, just to see how flinchy they get in the interview, just to see how they react to it.
If they look at the bookshelf and kind of have this involuntary twitch and eye spasm, that's a good sign. Yeah.
Okay, so during this conversation, because I don't know tech stuff very well, but I did note down a couple of things that might interest you. So you're talking about old equipment and you can't get stuff anymore.
Yes.
So the BBC, so a number of years ago, Sky was sort of offering a premium service called Sky HD, because you'd be able to watch the football or whatever with HD cameras, so watch it on your HD TV. And the thing about it is, it was sort of a fraud, because it's like, oh, we've got to bought special equipment. No, they hadn't. They just upgraded their equipment with the new stuff, because the BBC themselves, every 7 years roughly, they replace the camera, with the next version. Because they get worn out eventually, and what happens is they end up going to the equivalent of a sort of technical swap meet kind of thing, and you can buy them from the BBC, if you're into, and so like your cheap, your sort of middle grade TV channels can get old equipment at a budget price, still great stuff, just a few years out of date. Yeah. So effectively, Sky doing this thing with HD is like, they're just buying new equipment, which is what they do anyway. But with the BBC, one time, my friend I was talking about earlier with the sound noise stuff, he's into TV kind of, history stuff. And he's got old recording equipment, things like that. He's got a webcam that is actually an old BBC live action one, where the thing used to sort of carry him like a big massive boombox on the shoulder.
Cool.
Right.
Okay.
Cool.
And he's like, that's more
cool.
than HD. Anyway, so what happened was the BBC found an old tin of tape from some TV show from years and years ago, but unfortunately they didn't have any equipment to play it on because it had all gone. They'd all gone to digital, you see. So as a result, it's like, okay, so they put a request out for in the TV. I don't even know what you call it, TV tech fan groups or whatever. Has anybody got one of those machines? And the guy had 2 of them, and he sold them to the BBC for I think it was £60,000.
Way to go!
Because there weren't any more in the world.
That time that hoarding comes in.
And
that time that hoarding actually is a good thing.
Yeah, and it's like it would be like an old copy of of like Doctor Who or something.
It looks like somebody's about to have a fucking aneurysm in the chat called Wrestling Days. Hi, Wrestling Days, and Merry Christmas to you too.
That's right. Yeah, no. Dad's going to be 74 on Saturday.
Nice.
Dad's a Christmas baby. Do you have to get 2 separate presents, or do you try and get by with one, Pat? That's always the big question with someone whose birthday's within about a week of Christmas. Do you pull the bullshit? Do you pull the bullshit one present thing?
My eldest son was born on the 16th.
December.
My birthday is January the 8th, and that's 2 weeks exactly.
That's my brother's birthday.
Christmas Day, New Year's Day, my birthday in that. So Friday, 2 weeks from today, will be my birthday.
Like
I'll be 47.
Two-thirds of my family, myself included, all have our birthdays in April. It just seems to be a thing in my family. Everybody has a bloody birthday in April.
Yeah,
April and June for my family.
9 months before April, they had a regular dirty weekend away. That's what I'm thinking.
Listen, Angry, as I told my father before he passed away, as I keep on telling my mother, and as I keep on telling everybody, my father died a virgin. My 3 sisters and my brother and I are all immaculate conceptions because, in my mind, my father never had sex.
Yeah. A bunch of my family the birthdays are April to May. So
Mm.
same deal. It's like, oh, what's 9 months before? I think there's like a holiday 9 months before.
Yeah,
Yeah.
my birthday is exactly 9 months after my parents' wedding day.
Oh, there you go.
Mm.
There you
I
go.
know my
Yeah.
sister's birthday is 9 months after mine. Pretty much 4 days. 4
Yeah.
days
There you
after
go.
mine.
Oh, wow.
Far out.
So
The-
back in the 1970s, in the UK, there was quite a lot of union problems. The unions would just drop tools at the drop of a hat, and that included mine workers. And so in the early 70s, there were some problems with the lights going out. They had to have rolling blackouts because they didn't have enough coal being produced, dug up to to power the entire country.
Mhm.
And so, as a result, with no electric and nothing else to do, young people got
What else do you
together,
do?
and
Right.
there was quite a birth thing. So I am a product of that.
You're a product of a mining strike. Okay.
Yeah.
Kevin Smith, the guy that did like Mallrats and Chasing Amy and all of that,
Yeah.
he was like, if you have a look at mine and my brother's birthday, you find out that my parents really love presidential elections. Really love presidential elections.
Oh, dear. They got excited at the result of presidential elections.
Apparently, yeah.
Oh, my God.
Jeez.
Oh, my God.
Hell of a
Okay,
thing.
so I just want to
So
finish
I've-
up that little thing about the BBC equipment. The guy,
yes, please.
the guy had bought the two machines that the BBC bought for £60,000, and he bought them for £150 each.
Nice. Were they from the BBC originally, though?
Yes.
Oh,
Because
God.
that's amazing.
That's-
That is just classic.
Yeah,
That's
and like I say, it was like, I can't remember what it was. It was something. It was a big thing, Hancock's Half Hour, or just one of those big things. And it
Yeah.
was a lost bit of tape, and there was no other copies anywhere in the world.
Yeah.
And it's like we got this stuff, and it's got the date of it and what it's called. I can't remember what it was now. Like I say, let's just use Doctor Who.
Yeah.
It's a classic.
enough, and there's no machines to play it on.
Laura, I'll tell you a little one that'll make you face palm and probably trigger Abigail and Angry on this one. The entire debacle that was the NBN in Australia, when it was first introduced, or first, when it was first envisioned, it was fibre to the premises for all of the homes under the Labor government, all of this, and it started off. Then the Liberal government got into power and decided that they were going to rape it to within an inch of its former glory. It's a horrible word to say, but they destroyed it. They really did, by wanting to implement this fiber to the node system and all of this. But one of the biggest things that the Labor government wanted to do was take away the monopoly power that Telstra in Australia has on our telephone infrastructure. Telstra used to be a government-owned entity called Telecom, that were responsible for all of the telecommunications infrastructure throughout Australia. Then they got privatized and turned to Telstra. And that introduced, some opposition to them in terms of other telcos coming into the country and offering various plans. But they couldn't put in their own physical lines. They had to rent existing lines from Telstra, which they would then pass that cost on to the consumer and all of that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
What the Labor government wanted to do was to lay down its own fibre optic cables, so that we weren't relying on Telstra's failing infrastructure anymore to take the power away from them, which was a really good thing. Liberal government come into power, and of course, them and Telstra are very much in bed together. All of a sudden, it was handed off to Telstra to get this infrastructure laid down so that this fibre to the node and fibre to the curb technology could start getting rolled out. The way that they had to do that was the government quite literally bought the infrastructure off Telstra. So all of the telephone lines that existed, the government bought off Telstra, and then they took one look at it with their own experts and went, wow, this is really fucked. We can't fix this. There is no way to fix this. We would need to lay down our own fibre optic cables. we can't do that because, it's going to cost too much or this or that or the other. So what they did then is they then sold all of those lines back to Telstra. So they bought the lines off Telstra. I don't remember what the exact numbers were, but for the sake of argument, they bought them off Telstra for $15 million, and Telstra bought them back off the government for $9 million.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, but I also, while the Liberals are evil vandals, also Stephen Conroy from Labor fucked it up. That whole get around Telstra thing, he did not consider how difficult that would actually be to accomplish. And he acted in a very high-handed way, and he got Telstra offside. So Telstra were actually able to block his plans until Labor lost an election, and then do that bullshit with the Liberals. But if Conroy had been... Conroy fucked it. Conroy, by the time Labor had lost power, they had not rolled out enough of the NBN to be an unstoppable force. If they had just rolled out enough to be an unstoppable force, the Liberals couldn't have done it. But because Conroy alienated Telstra so much, Telstra were doing a deliberate go slow, so nothing was happening. And the Liberals were actually able to fucking destroy it, which is an evil, corrupt thing they did.
Look, I used to work for Telstra. I worked in what's known as their DAC/ULL department, which was basically if you applied for the internet, no matter who through in Australia, I would most likely get that request come across my desk, and it was up to me to find a line that would connect to your home and give you that service.
Yeah.
Now, if you were going through Optus or iPrimus or any of the other competitors out there, there were certain phone lines that I was not allowed to give you, because these phone lines were earmarked for Telstra and Telstra customers only. And all of these lines were pre-tested. And the lines with the least amount of noise and the best clarity were always held specifically for Telstra. And then in degrading levels of shitness on the lines were then sold to the other ISPs and the other telcos out there for renting out.
Oh, yeah. Lot of
right.
skullduggery and Tom fuck.
And not to mention, Rupert Murdoch got his finger in the pie. He didn't want people to have.
That's the corrupt
broadband.
side. The Liberal Party's corrupt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's lost billions on the bloody, the fucking pay TV in Australia because of the advent of broadband, basically.
And the internet.
Yeah.
I just want to add on to that. With the history of infrastructure in Australia for the internet with telecommunications is that Optus tried to do their own infrastructure in the early 2000s, late 90s. I think it was, and I think it was cable, and Telstra immediately undercut them by a shit ton, and then it went to I don't know where it went to. I think it went to the ACCC or something for anti-competitive stuff.
Behavior,
anti-competitive dealings, and but they fucked up Optus's plans, and they never went back to it, and thus setting in motion the shit train that was 2008.
Well, I mean, also on that same token,
I'm just going off and making another cocktail, so you'll continue with the fun, and I'll be back in a bit.
No worries at all, Angry. Yeah, no, one of the other things as well, Sajuk, let's say that you lived in an apartment block and you wanted the internet connected at your new apartment. I would get that request across my desk, and let's say that you wanted that internet through Optus as opposed to through Telstra. The line hunt would come through for me. I would find the appropriate lines that would be allowed to be sold to Optus for renting. I would then call up the Optus tech and say, right, these are the lines that you need to use. Give me a call when you arrive on site, and we'll do the line test and finalize it all. And the Optus tech could give me a call back. Now, in an apartment block, there could be anywhere between 15 to 20 odd places that the point of interconnect for all of the telephone lines would be. And it can be hidden away in this tiny little bloody dark crevice corner that you would never know was there unless somebody pointed you towards it. Now, all of the Telstra techs knew exactly where all of these things were because they could get blueprints and all of these sorts of different things. So it would come up in the notes of my work exactly where these points of interconnect were. Now, if the Optus tech called me up and said, hey, I can't find the cabinet room in order to start this line hunt, I would get into trouble if I told the Optus tech where that room was located. If it was a Telstra tech, I can absolutely tell them. But if it was a tech for any other telco, I am not allowed to tell them. I would get in trouble for that.
Yeah.
Telstra are
Capitalism,
fucking
yay.
evil. They are fucking evil. And I will say this to anybody that is listening, anybody that is watching. If you were ever offered a job at Telstra, never, ever take it. It is the most toxic work experience that I have ever fucking had. And I worked in private security for 7 years before I got into IT.
I actually knew a friend of mine. We studied together, and he worked with Telstra. He told me some weird technical things if you about how to improve your internet connection.
Mm.
He said that if you wanted to if you wanted to just get new infrastructure, all you had to do was find. If this is going back a few years, and I may have forgotten parts of it. So don't actually do this, please don't. He got his, I think it was his mains electricity and connected to the POTS lines, and of course
Okay.
that would fry pretty much everything from the basically, as long as it's not to your house. Okay, you leave your house parts alone. Okay, all the going to the line that goes to the office exchange. Is that, no, not the DSLAM, of the local telecommunications area, and it would fry everything. And
That would force them to lay down new infrastructure for you.
yeah,
But the danger of doing something like that cannot be understated. Don't ever do that.
yes,
But more to the point as well, they would be able to very rapidly find out if that was a customer induced type of
yeah,
thing, like that somebody actually physically did that. They would immediately find that out, and that would prompt a pretty severe and hardcore police investigation. And if you got found out for that, you are going to prison for a long time. So
yeah.
don't ever, 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 ever do that.
Please don't play
No.
with electricity like 240 volts like that. Anyway,
No.
it's really dangerous.
No, when
It's
I
really,
worked for
really dangerous.
Telstra, I did change a couple of things for actually where I live now. At the time, I didn't live here. My father lived here. And the phone line that my father had out here was absolutely crap, even for voice calls. It was absolutely crap. So I was able to, rearrange a few things to get my father's telephone line put onto better equipment and stuff like that. So now the phone lines out here for a while were better. We could actually have ADSL as opposed to dial-up.
Yeah,
But yeah, short of actually knowing somebody that works in that area directly for Telstra, you're pretty much screwed. Yeah, no, I cannot understate how fucking evil Telstra really is.
yeah,
And mind you, I am not supposed to tell anybody everything that I've just said in this public chat, but I am not in the least bit afraid of them trying to take me to court for this. I am
yeah.
not in the least bit I am not the kind of person that trusts the media at all. But if they tried to take me to court on this one, I would be in contact with every major media source out there saying, I've got the fucking dirt on Telstra and they're taking me to court to shut me up.
Also, you're not under an NDA, no? Like, right?
Technically, I'm supposed to be. Technically.
Supposed to, but you never signed one, right?
I did not. Let me rephrase that. I did not take a full-time position with Telstra. I
Right.
was through another company that did labor hire for Telstra, and technically that company was not under that NDA. I was offered a full-time job at Telstra, and I told them to take the job and shove it.
Yeah.
Um,
Okay.
So what happened to Telstra for me? I'll make this very quick. It's just stupid. This shows you how toxic the work environment was there. you would have to talk to telephone techs all of the time. Now, your telephone techs, they're blue collar workers. Okay, they're not rich by any stretch of the imagination. They're blue collar workers, so you don't talk to them like as if you've got a silver spoon in your mouth, because you'll get no respect from them at all.
Yeah.
And you need to work directly with them in order to get your job done. So I would talk to them like I would talk to any other blue collar laborer out there. And it was perfectly fine. They never called into question my ability to talk to somebody on the phone. But every now and again, you would have to do what was referred to as a line hunt. Now, a line hunt is if you call up a business and you get put into a queue, and it's, your call is very important to us. Please hold on the line, and the first available operator, blah, blah, blah. That is a line hunt, because there is a constant thing that is circling the telephone network looking for an available port. The moment that there's an available port, the call goes through. Now, setting that up takes a lot of time when you're the one programming it at the Telstra place. And the entire time you're talking to the tech. So you'll be on the phone with the tech for the better part of 1 to 2 hours. I was on a phone with this tech. We were getting bored because we were waiting for all of these automatic programs to do their things and whatnot. And he started cracking jokes off to me. Now, for the most part, I listened to the jokes and I didn't respond. But I did respond to one joke. And apparently in that joke, I said the word shit. Now, I don't remember what the joke was, but apparently that's the word that I said. I rock up to work the next day and I've got an email saying, don't sign in, don't do anything. You need to come and see your manager straight away. I'm like, okay. I go and see the manager. The manager pulls me aside with the floor manager, which is their boss, and the boss of the labor hire company. And basically, I get a formal warning for swearing inside of the workplace. Now, it's a little bit dicky, being that, it's the word shit that got me the formal warning. But it was somebody in the office overheard me say that, put in the complaint, and that is the response to that. Now, I wore it because I swore inside the workplace, and whatever. Okay, fine. Did the crime, pay the time? So I signed it. No problems at all. Everything was fine. Move on a few weeks from that, working away, watching my P's and Q's very, very carefully. I get another call from the same tech that I was talking to during that particular incident. And he's, hey, Shannon, how's it going, man? How's things been? Blah, blah, blah. Do a bit of a catch up, yada, yada, yada. And then he's like, have you heard any new jokes? And I turned around and said, look, I got to be really, really careful with that. The last time that you and I were cracking off jokes, I accidentally said a swear word. Somebody overheard that swear word, and that got reported to my bosses, and I got in trouble for it. So if you don't mind, I won't be cracking off any jokes just to play it safe for my job. And he was like, yeah, no, brother, I get it. Fucking people always complaining about things, but no, I get it, And I thought that was going to be the end of it. I rock up to work the next day, another email. Don't log in, don't do anything, come and see the floor manager. Okay. Go to see the floor manager. The floor manager grabs a hold of their manager, and the labor hire manager pulls me into a room. They wanted to give me another official warning because the person who put in the anonymous complaint, anonymous, overheard my conversation with that tech and apparently, quote unquote, felt intimidated by what I said and put in another formal complaint about me. And they wanted to give me a written warning for apparently making somebody feel intimidated.
Fucking tight asses, I swear.
If that happened to me in Germany, I would bring the union in.
I did.
Good.
No.
Good.
Yeah. No. They handed me. They tried to get me to sign this thing, and I'm like, I am not fucking signing this. This is bullshit of the highest of orders. I've done exactly what it is that you asked me to do with your first fucking complaint. And now, because like an anonymous person that I've got no idea overheard this conversation, rather than turning around to that person and going, Shannon did the right thing. No, you want to give me another fucking written warning. Bullshit. I ain't taking that. And they're like, well, you have to. And I said, no, I fucking don't. What I can do is I can call my union. And there was an immediate pause. And they looked at me and said, you're a member of a union? I said, of course I'm a freaking member of a union. I'm not an idiot.
Yeah.
This is what unions are here for, is to help me out in positions like this. That's why I pay my fucking membership dues. And I said, and by law, I need to contact them now before anything goes ahead. And it's also a Friday, which means that we won't be able to see you guys until Monday, which means that I'm allowed to go home now under full pay by Australian law. So I'll see you guys on Monday morning with my union representation. If you guys have got a problem with that, send me an email and I'll be sure to forward that on to my union and see how it goes from there. I go home, call up the union. talk to my union rep, explain the situation to him. He turns around and goes, "Oh, that is fucking bullshit. Hell no, that's not going to happen. I'll be there first thing in the morning with you, and we could do this meeting together. We'll get this sorted out real quick." And I'm like, "Thank you. That's what I pay my dues for." So Monday morning rolls around. I arrive out the front about half an hour before I need to go in, and the union rep's already there. And he's got a briefcase just full of paperwork because I'd sent him everything. And yeah, he's just like, "Look, we're going to go into this meeting. Have you ever gone into a meeting with union representation before?" I said, "No." He said, "Look, your best bet is just to sit there, shut up, and let me do it unless you're asked a direct question." He said, "And just let me do all of the talking and we'll take care of this." And I'm like, "Nope, good. I'm good with that. No worries at all." And we go upstairs, we sit down in the meeting room, wait for a little bit, everybody else arrives. This was absolutely beautiful. They turned around and said, "Right, so this meeting is being called because Shannon did this and Shannon did that, and this person felt intimidated, and that's why this official warning." And my union rep turns around and goes, "Well, according to Australian law, blah, 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 subsection, blah, 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 you're not supposed to be doing it this way, you're supposed to be doing it that way. According to law, blah, 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 subsection, blah, 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 you didn't do this part right, Shannon did this part right. And according to this law, Shannon did this thing, and you guys didn't do this thing. And according to this law, you guys fucked up. And according to this other law, you guys fucked up." And he rattled off this thing. I swear to Christ, it went for about 7 minutes where he fucking schooled them on everything that they did wrong and how badly they had fucked up and actually what they were supposed to do under Australian law in regards to this second warning, which was to turn around to the person and give them a warning for making false reports, because basically that's what it was a false report, because it's fucking anonymous. And he just schooled them. And yeah, basically it ended with them giving me a formal apology, and I still have that letter. I refuse to get rid of it because I got a formal apology from them with a thing where they were going to re-educate the person that put in the official complaint. I found out afterwards who the person was that gave me the official complaint. It was a full-time Telstra staffer, and that's where the toxic fucking thing comes from. The labor hire and the Telstra full-timers have exactly the same job with exactly the same responsibilities. But if you are full-time Telstra, you get paid more. You get RDOs, you get sick leave, and employee benefits with cheaper phone lines and cheaper internet and bloody blahs. Under the Labor Hire government, under the Labor Hire company, of course, you don't get any of that. And the only way to be full-time Telstra is to work at the Labor Hire first and then kind of get into full-time Telstra. The people that are there have a vested interest to stop as many people from becoming full-time Telstra as possible, because their jobs then become more diluted and they don't have as much power. And it is just fucking toxic from the ground up. Don't ever work for them. Ever.
That's I love justice stories like this where the worker wins, and it goes to show, as a side note, join a union. Join the union for your industry or trade. It is
Yes.
absolutely vital. It protects you and others around you.
I have met people.
This is off the capitalists. Wait, what?
Yeah, sorry. Go ahead. Sorry, Fox.
I said, and it pisses off capitalists.
Oh yeah, and how? No, look, I mean, unions are so important. Like, I meet some people who were completely anti-union. They're like, "Oh, they're destroying the country. They're destroying this. They're destroying that. They're destroying the other." And it's like, okay, do you enjoy having your weekends to yourself? Because that's the union. You can thank them for that one. Do you like actually having a living wage? That's a union. That's a good thing. Do you like having, a safe workplace? That's a union. That's a thing. Yeah, like all of
Sick
these people.
days, holidays,
Yeah.
everything was fought for by unions.
Yeah, in Australia,
40-hour week.
Don't get me wrong. There are some unions out there that are corrupt as fuck and evil as hell, but that is not indicative of all unions, not by any stretch.
Yeah, it differs from union to union, and can differ sometimes from rep to rep even. Because like my mother is a rep for the AEU, and she does. I think she does a really good job. She represents her school quite well, and she does she works bloody hard,
Mm.
and then there are some reps who don't give a shit, like
Oh.
in the same union, like.
Yeah. You get good and bad and everything. My wife used to my wife used to work in workers' compensation as a case manager, and I saw the amount of hours and the amount of effort that my wife put into her work. And anybody that was under workers' compensation that had her as their case manager were fucking blessed in comparison to the shit service that they got from other people at the same company. Oh, and my dog is going absolutely bananas, which means that my client has just arrived. So I must jump out of
Okay.
the stream and
Well,
go and
speaking of
get
that,
some work done.
your wife blessed me last night. It was great.
Oh, of course she did, Abigail. Of course she did. Oh, goodness gracious.
You have a client on Christmas Day that's
It's
Yeah,
actually
that's
it's also a friend who is paying me
Ah.
extra to do this job. They just got given this computer for Christmas and it is not working. They're reasonably sure that it's the RAM, and I've got RAM here to test it. So they're paying me for it, and I got to go out there and give it a try now. So what I'll do is I'll mute my mic and stop my cam. And if I get the chance to come back before all of you guys log off, then I will. If not, then I'll catch you guys another time. My love to you all.
all right. Have a good one.
yep.
Hope to see you soon.
Let's hope so.
That was a very interesting story regarding the union.
Indeed.
Yeah, it's just that's crazy what happens in telecom companies like that. Like it's
Oh yeah.
So I wish
There I
Gus
am.
was still here because he could
Hey, Angry's back.
he'd probably enjoy or hate this story. Actually, he'd probably hate it because fuck Telstra. My mum had been blacklisted because of a bill that she hadn't paid, but the circumstances behind it were shitty. So, with that shitty circumstances, basically they hadn't turned off the phone line at a house she'd moved out of when she was 22. So she was blacklisted for pretty much. Well, I got the internet on at our house through another group through another company. Well, we had to use other telecoms because she couldn't. Oh wait, no, my dad would have had to for a while because she was blacklisted. For like multiple decades. Well, I had to get the internet on at the house I lived in from when I was 16 to when I moved out. And I went through I went through Westnet because fuck Telstra. And the Westnet tech was nice to me. He said he would waive the line rental fee because they're meant to charge me extra because they have to pay extra to Telstra. Well, the lines, every time it rained, the pit where the engineer would go in to fix the lines would fill with water.
Yep.
And the lines were old, crappy copper, and they were broken open. So the actual lines were exposed.
Yeah.
I don't think I can tell anyone what happens with water and electrical lines. We lost internet, or internet would become spotty for a while.
Technically, pure water doesn't conduct electricity. It's the ions dissolved in the water.
The more
But
crap
anyway,
that's in the water.
Which is why salt water conducts. Okay. Yes.
Sorry,
Yeah. I know that, but others might not. So we're teaching people. Yay!
It's a teachable moment.
Yep. Telstra would send out their text to look at it and say, okay, we'll just patch this up. So they'd patch it up a few months, weeks, whatever later. Same thing again.
Yep.
So I'd have to, call Westnet, go, hey, it's happened again. They go, okay.
Oh, no.
But by the end of it, I'm like, yep. Hey, it happened again, and I know the drill. If it's a false call, I get charged an extra on my next bill. I know what you're going to tell me. He's like, good. But I'm not. and I even know, but I know it's the same thing. It's happened every other time that I've called about this. And this one time, the Telstra tech was the nice person of the Telstra people, because Telstra kept saying, "Oh, it's in your house. It's an issue with the lines in your house, not our lines in the street. So you have to get someone to come in and check it, which will cost you money." My mum told the Telstra tech, he's like, "I'll do it off the box. I'll do it right now off the box." He checked it. He's like, "Yeah, it's totally the lines in the street. I'll put in a report." Never got fixed, so I guess I ignored him. But yeah.
That's yeah. No, that happened in where my parents lived, in probably I guess like a middle class section of Geelong, and it rained once. It rained pretty badly one year, and of course it flooded. It flooded all the time when it rained, of course, but internet went slow, of course, and but this time we had a total brownout, and not brownout, but like that's a technical term, but like the internet was down to 50 kilobytes a second, and the voice on telecoms was also quite garbled, and the line was severely damaged. And I went, well, if it's just rained and this is a common problem that's now known, I'll just go ask across the road, because our neighbor across the road, she lives by herself. She's quite old, and it's summer, and I just asked her like, do you have a crap phone too? Like, what's go with your phone? She said it's crap, and she doesn't know what to do. I went, okay, that's not great, and I think they improved so I did all that. They did all the fixing up, and they actually did fix it, because I guess it was that much of a problem. I don't know what was going on, but it does get like it will get to a really bad stage with the pots, that you can't do calls, and by Australian law you should be able to communicate to emergency services. And if you can't do that because your phone line is that damaged, then it has to be replaced, fixed. I don't know what happens, but it has to be, like, you must be able to make a call to emergency. If you can't communicate, you can't do that. So yeah. On the other thing, another small story. Sorry. So my line speed with ADSL 2 Plus was about was a bit slowish, and I was going, well, you pay this so much. You pay like $100 or something, because my parents were with Telstra. And I was going, this is crap. You're like really far from the exchange. Like, what the hell is going on? Like, and then I said to Telstra, like, we have so many problems. We're quite slow for our, because we're so far. We pay so much to, like, why not? Well, we got 4 megabits, right? That's actually pretty okay. That's okay. That's okay for a majority of Australia with ADSL 2 Plus. And went, well, we got 4 down, and how many up? And we're meant to get like I don't know, 8 down or something. Well, why don't we just pay half of what's on the bill, because we're getting half of the line speed? And you know what? Telstra actually fucking did it. They actually halved our internet bill for about 14 months. And my parents were like gobsmacked. I was gobsmacked. Everyone was gobsmacked. So we had a nice pizza night at the end of the week after that one. But of course,
it's funny because effectively it's like, effectively this story is the companies show so shit that when they do something right, that's brilliant. That's amazing, that's amazing news.
Yeah,
That's worrying.
Yeah, well,
Yeah,
the
well,
alter,
yeah.
Minimum seems great.
the alter, like, and we never had anything bad happen afterwards. Like, it was, maybe they just fixed everything up. But the other thing is, like, whenever the internet went down, we'd have to resort to 4G, and well, would have to tether off someone's phone, and those plans are very expensive once you go over your gigabyte limit. And I said to him, like, we have no internet, we're gonna have to use 4G. We've got my mother's phone, so you're gonna have to deal with that. And I went, okay. And I went, all right. So here's what I want you to do. I want you to not bill us for over gigs, and they followed through with that too. I went over 100 gigs in some cases, and that would easily be like a $300 bill or something.
Yeah.
And they zeroed it. It was in the bill, $300, and it was a minus $300 Telstra deduction.
Okay.
Which was really
Nice.
thankful. It's scary to look at numbers like that.
Yeah.
Yes.
So this reminds me of a story completely different, but somewhat related to the. It doesn't matter. Anyway, so what happened was my friend and I, we were on a trip on the trains, and we were coming back from Sheffield to Manchester, which isn't very far. It's probably about 50 miles or so, but it's wiggly and windy, and it takes about an hour. So there's two types of trains that do that. You've got the local trains, which stop at every single stop, and they've got doors sort of in the third point, so a third in and 3/4 in, also 2/3 in. So it gets drafty and cold because every time the doors open and it's an open carriage and things like that, as opposed to the more express ones that stop maybe one place, if they stop at all, at any other place, between the two locations. So, and they've got a door at the end, and then there's like a little door in between, so you don't get cold. It's an air-conditioned train, that kind of thing. So it's like, right, so we saw the local train. It's like we flagged that on to go for the more express one. And then 10 minutes later, they announced that the express one had been cancelled. So we ended up stopping the train anyway. So it was more of an annoyance. The problem is that by the time we got to Manchester, the last train heading back to where I live would have gone. So there's a part of the passenger charter that came out of the 90s where if they, if because of one company's fault, then they've got to cover you the cost of a taxi or whatever. So what happened was, got to Manchester, went to the I don't know, what do you call it, customer complaints, shall we say, office, and they say, so you've got like 40 passengers, and they've all got taxis for us all. So
Wow.
So what happens is, downstairs, waiting for this taxi to turn up, and a taxi comes along and he mumbles something, and it's like, I'm thinking we're going to jump the queue here. So something is like, yep, that's us. So I get to my friend, so we're going like, so we come up and we're getting close to my place. Park up, stop here. So we get out, and the guy goes, "That's £15, please." And my friend put his hand in his jacket for his wallet, and said, "Get your hand out of your wallet," because what happened was, so one of the laws is that the only cabs that are allowed to pick up on the street are the black cabs, the traditional bubble-shaped thing. Private hire taxis, which is what they would have got to take us to our destination, they're not allowed to pick up off the street. So what had happened was, the guy who'd stopped had either illegally stopped to try and pick up some passengers, or two, was fleecing us and trying to get paid twice. So it's like, no, you've either picked us up illegally or you're trying to get paid twice. We're not paying a thing, and we didn't.
Good.
Get your hand out of your pocket.
You have to.
What did the taxi driver say to that though? Like, he must have been a bit cranky.
He mumbled something and drove away.
Okay.
Because I don't think we finished it. It was like, no, you've either picked us up illegally or you're trying to fleece us. We're not paying. And
Yeah.
that was it. Not paying was final. There was going to be no debate about this. You know, it was foot down.
Yep. It's good.
Cool.
You have to stand your ground when you know something is not right. You have to stand your ground because no one, like, if no one else is around, like, no one's going to help you. Like, it's, yeah, like, yes, like this week, this week, I had to go to the visa office and I had to stand my ground because they said, "Oh no, your visa appointment has been moved to another location in Berlin." Like, well, I didn't get notified, so my appointment's here now. So so you have to tell me like this, and it was a back and forth for like 10 minutes. Like I'm yelling in German to this poor person, like, but like she's telling me like she can't handle it, but like it says in my email that I'm meant to be here at this time. Like, so what are you going to do about it? Like, give me an address or something. And you know what? Like, of course, like eventually, like they did give me an address and they said you're expected at this other location. You go there, you walk in, and you know, all fine and dandy. But you have to stand your ground, especially like I think in case like in anything. And you know, if it's like the police, and you know your law, you can just get a lawyer and you can win a case against them. Like, it's as long as you know your law back to front, you're not doing anything other stupid shit.
Sometimes you have to keep it in your mind of what you're trying to say to them is this is a you problem, not a me problem.
Yeah.
I've got the cruel C in my head now. Tex Perkins going, better get a lawyer, son. Better get a real good one.
And make sure you have legal insurance too.
Yeah, gonna need a good one to get you out of this one. So,
but of course, you have to pick your
Is
battles.
legal insurance a thing?
Yes, in Germany it is. So
Okay,
I'm not aware of anything in Australia.
It costs.
I've never heard of it.
The cocktail I just made, I'm not even drinking because it's coffee, and I'm doing it for a competition. But I made a coffee drink that I could tolerate by milk clarifying it, and it's got chocolate liqueur, creme de cacao, and velvet falernum and orange curacao in it as well. And it's actually pretty nice, and it has the character of coffee, and it's got the bitterness late on the palate that coffee gives you, but it's not punch you in the face coffee. Really smells like coffee though. It smells like coffee more than it tastes like coffee.
I'm sorry, did you say creme de cacao, as in cream, or
creme de cacao is the name for chocolate.
Like milk. That sounds like milk to me.
No, it's not cream, it's creme. So I'm
Creme
not sure.
a la cow.
Yeah, creme of the cow.
Cream of the cow. That sounds like an episode of Jackass to me.
Oh my god, Jackass! Every time I hear Jackass now, it makes me chuckle because my first trip to maybe not my first, one of my first trips to America, it was on, and I'm watching it on the plane, and I'm head off, and I'm like, you know, and the guy next to me was like getting pissed at me because I was giggling and stuff. And in the end, I'm like, I've got a little cloth that I'm in my, you know, maybe my a sweater or something in my face, like laughing because it was so funny.
Yeah. Actually, I was flicking through channels and the first Jackass movie was on, and I watched half an hour of it, and I was honestly I just feel bad for you guys. Like, you are seriously fucking hurt. And Johnny Knoxville, who's close to my age, has so many fucking health problems now. All his joints are fucked. He got hit in the head so hard once, one of his eyes popped out, and they put it back in. He didn't lose sight in that eye, like the optic nerve didn't attach. And they put it back in, but he broke the occipital bone, and so even a mild hit in the head, like he can't go on a roller coaster now because the surge of a roller coaster will make his fucking eye pop out.
Jesus.
Because he broke the
Steve-O?
Yes.
Steve-O, the guy who swam through raw sewage, is vegan and owns a chain of vegan restaurants.
the guy who puts nails through his dick. Yes, that guy.
Yeah. Yeah.
I almost got to meet him because one time I was in I was in LA with my YouTube friend Corey, Mr. Safety, and he's known Steve-O for years. He just randomly got a call, and it's Steve-O saying, "Hey, for this bullshit, I have a skate ramp set up inside my house in my lounge room, and I'm trying to get clean, and stuff like this is just a sign of my bad life. Can you come over and help me dismantle the skate ramp that's in my lounge room?"
Oh, gee. He's still doing shit.
Oh yeah,
He has a YouTube channel and he's still doing crazy shit.
Yeah. Corey said, "Do you want to go over to Steve-O's place and help him get a skate ramp out of his lounge room?" And I said, "Fuck yeah, I do." But then one thing, I couldn't actually do it. So I was a bit disappointed. But I almost got to meet Steve-O and help move a skate ramp out of his goddamn lounge room. But
there was another thing similar. There was a UK version of Jackass, and that was Dirty Sanchez.
yes,
And, one reviewer described it as they make Jackass look like the Royal Shakespeare Company.
Oh,
and there was some European guys as well. I think they were Dutch.
yeah.
And they were messed up as well. And I think they had actually started doing that shit completely independent of Jackass. And then they found out Jackass existed. And they actually appeared on some Jackass episodes.
Yes, I know who you're talking
I can't
about.
remember their name, but yeah. But yeah. But because I cracked up, because Jackass was such a Gen X thing. When that first started on MTV, I'm like, yeah, we have all sat around going, wouldn't it be fun to jump in a shopping trolley and go down a steep hill and see what happened? And we never do it because it's dumb. And they just went, every drunk, stoned conversation we've ever had, we're just going to do it. And
yep.
And you can see how badly they're hurting themselves, how often. And like one of them had one of the ones that cracked me up, one of them had a really crooked snaggle tooth. And they said, we've arranged for a dentist. He can actually fix it and straighten your teeth, but it has to be extracted first. The dentist can do it, or we could do it on the show for fun. And what we want to do is, the whole thing with that string in the door, we want to tie a string around your tooth and attach it to a car and then drive past you at high speed and rip your tooth out. And then we'll go to the dentist and get it put in. And he said, okay. And so they tied a string around his tooth. Car went up, ripped the tooth out of his head, and he's like, and it hurt obviously, but it was a very sharp sort of quick pain. And he's going, he's got this big gap, and they bring his tooth back, and they're all laughing, and he's going, can we go to the dentist now? And they just laughed and said, that was a lie. We made that up. You just have no.
Yeah.
Oh,
but yes, we have insurance for here in Germany for law.
Legal.
Yeah.
Legal insurance.
Yeah. It costs.
Do you get it privately, or is it part of like a kind of a government thing?
Privately.
Because like here, okay, like here when you pay your car registration, part of it is insurance.
Yeah. That's just insurance for like that's a liability insurance. I think you have liability insurance, and then you have like Autoversicherung or something, and that's like a completely different thing. So I'm looking at like a comparison website. It's one of the big ones. So you can get like private insurance for your legal protections. They are like traffic law, your living law, your renting law, your job, like to protect your job. If you're not part of a union, then you need to get that. And it's kind of everyone's kind of got some form of insurance. So I have liability and household insurance up to €10,000. So which covers everything. So if I have like a major leak in my washing machine blows up and leaks water into the apartment below, I get billed for €1 million or something, then my insurance will pay.
Now that you mention that, I'm actually at I'm not at a high risk of shit happening at my apartment, but the fire system here in my apartment is one of those old water style, that sprays fuckloads of water. And even if there's not a fire here, if someone upstairs it goes off, it'll leak down into my, and I've got like fucking old books. I've got my dozen or so computers set up, and if those went off, I reckon I should look into contents insurance.
Yeah, it's, I remember my sister losing her. She had a $10,000 flute stolen in Melbourne.
Oof.
Yeah, and she didn't have insurance for it.
Oh shit!
Yeah,
and I'm going.
Yeah, I've got like some of my Magic the Gathering cards are worth like over $500 each for like little squares, rectangles of cardboard.
No. It doesn't surprise me because I do know people who have them in real life. Yeah. When I heard Guy's Cradle went up in price, I'm like, I've got a few of those, and now it's up to like $700 US, and I'm like, I could sell a couple of those and buy a new computer. Like happy ending for my sister's flute though. She got it back.
Cool.
Because she saw it in a cash converters. And she called the police on the cash converters, and they basically confiscated it. They investigated, and she got her flute back.
Yep.
Because it was her flute's not very common, and so of course it's very easy to track in Australia. So it probably wouldn't even leave the city.
Serial numbers. Was the serial number filed off?
No. Because actually, it didn't go to cash converter. It went to the flute got broken at some point, because that's what happens to insurance, and it went to a repairer, and the serial number was still there, and it was reported, and then yeah. Unlike in Europe, if you get something like that stolen, it's probably not going to stay in the city. Like a bike in Berlin will go to Eastern Europe and will never be found ever again. So
fair enough.
I had a story where I had a case where, not a case, but like a friend who had her phone stolen and ended up in Morocco. Stolen Berlin and ended up in Morocco, because you could track the device number of the Samsung, and it would tell you.
Yep.
So legal insurance, it's kind of thing. So, but it's cheap. It's like 16 euros a month. For what I'm looking at, that's for South German insurance, which is a little bit more expensive in my opinion. You want something from Berlin, So if I just want private and traffic insurance, legal insurance, then it's €12.77 a month.
Talking about insurance and or traffic insurance, so being a cyclist, and I'm on Twitter. There's obviously loads of people, cyclists, they all slow down traffic and they all get in the way and all these sorts of stuff, and you get people say, cyclists, they should have reg plates because that will stop them from going through red lights and stuff. And it's like, well, okay, let's just forget about the point that cars go through reg plates an awful lot, and they already have the reg plate, so it didn't stop them, did it? But we've got something called the DVLA in the UK, Driving Vehicle Licensing Authority, something like that. Department of Vehicle Licensing Authority. Anyway, basically, when you get when you pass your test, it goes to them, and they say, that's you registered with them. And if you own a car, you register it with them because you're the owner of it, and so on. When you pay the tax for your car, that goes to them as well. And unlike in America, I don't know what it's like in Australia, but the car registration stays with the car for the life of the car. And so the police have some ANPR, automatic number plate recognition cameras, and they'll have them located all over the city as well. And so if your car's stolen, then that will be on the AMPR database. So a police car is driving down the road, a car goes the opposite direction that's stolen, they turn around and they can pull it over because it's on the database. It's incredibly quick. Anyway, so reg plates for bikes would double the DVLA workload. Roughly the same amount of bicycles are sold every year as cars. And the DVLA will need to process stolen bikes. 89,000 motor vehicles are stolen each year in the UK, which is nothing compared to the 367,000 bikes stolen. So instead of 89,000, it's 465,000, 114% increase. And so you've then got to sort of anticipate. So twice as many DVLA employees will be needed to process the data. That's 1,030 bike stolen entries per day compared to 244 cars or motor vehicles. On top of things like read registrations, SORN notices. So you can not pay your road tax, car tax, which is an emissions tax. If you say it's off-road, it's basically it's not working anymore, I'm not using it right now, and so you notify them a SORN notice. And if you get caught driving your car when it's a statutory off-road notice, SORN, then they'll do you for it, because you're basically not paying your taxes for the driving, for the emissions stuff. So all that kind of stuff. And it's like the budget for the DVLA is £451 million. Doubling it pushes it over 900 million. We're getting close to $1 billion now, just because some people don't like bikes, cyclists. I mean, that's all it comes down to. And of course, every single cyclist who decides the rigmarole of administration isn't worth it, and they decide to stay in their car, that's another motorist adding to the congestion, adding to the pollution. All that kind of stuff. It's really rubbish arguments.
Yeah, it's that particular topic is always seems to be done to death in a lot of countries where probably a lot of countries in general, really. In Switzerland, I knew that there was a registration scheme going on. A simple registration scheme for a bike, like with plates, but they stopped it many years ago, like 15 years ago. 15 years.
The Cure.
Yeah, I have seen, like when I went to Geneva for a research conference, I did see bikes with Swiss number plates on them. However, they're not used anymore. For my bike here in Berlin, I can register the bike, like the frame number, with the police. They can get filed off, and then you lose the bike forever, pretty much. But you have to show that you got proof of purchase. Now, for one of my bikes, it's easy. With two bikes actually, but for the road bike that I got from Australia, the shop is closed, and the two guys there have retired, and if they ever see this, and I hope they have a good retirement, by the way, riding their bikes around. And I don't have that. I don't have proof of that purchase anymore because I made that purchase in 2013, and it's very, very hard to prove that.
One of the things you can do, you can get RFID tags that you can just, you sort of have a bit of glue going down the frame on the inside, and then you just drop the ID tag in there and it'll just stay in it, and that will allow it to be tracked later.
That's true, unless like the thieves totally dismantle the bike, which I would argue would be the best thing to do if I was stealing my bike, because it's an expensive road bike. So and then you just sell the component, and that's what happens. You see bikes in the street, they get stripped apart and they get sold.
I just remembered something you might find amusing, Sajuk. So, German joke for you. So what
no.
happened was some British guys went to Germany to watch a football match, and they were doing other stuff as well. So it was like at the top of the trip that they were doing. So they'd driven from the UK, got on the ferry or whatever, and so they drove, and so they didn't want to pay the car parking at the football stadium because it was just stupidly expensive. So they decided they were going to park on a local street. So they drove around a bit and eventually they found a place. And so they didn't lose the car. They wrote the name of the street on it. And so they went and enjoyed the football game, and they're going back and they got lost trying to find the car. And so they found a police officer and they said, well, we've lost our car. I wonder if you can help us. Okay, do you know which street you put it on? Yeah, we wrote it down. It's on Einbahnstrasse.
Einbahnstrasse.
One-way street.
Oh.
And by the way, happy Christmas, man. Yes, we got the rim shot. Thank you.
And Megaleech, yes. Sometimes the RFID chip can't be read.
Megaleech.
Can't be read because it's in a metal frame. Yeah.
Could be a Faraday cage. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. I'll take another cocktail because I didn't even drink the last one, and I'm feeling dangerously sober.
I'm curious about this competition that you're entering. What's the deets on that? Like, I'm not going to enter it, but I'm just curious. How?
It's that Euro's holding up, Mr. Black, a cold brew, and it's with Steve the bartender on YouTube. And yeah, I just put in Black cocktail competition in Google, and it came up. It was the first thing. So the prize is, like I say, weekly. They choose 3 finalists, and Steve recreates the cocktails and decides which one he thinks is best. And then there's like 8 weeks, and then each of the weekly winners goes into the final, where some people from Mr. Black do the test, and they select a grand prize, which is apparently like a really huge fucking coffee making, like shit that I won't use because I don't drink coffee.
Nice.
But I'm just hoping to get a bit of attention because I'm trying to grow my YouTube channel. So Christ, if I win the
a giant espresso machine or something.
Yeah, it's an espresso machine. Like it's for the home. It's not a commercial one, but it's a fuck off over the top espresso machine, which is absolutely useless in my house. So, but
okay.
I mean, the odds of actually being the grand prize winner are very small. But I'm just hoping to get into a weekly final and maybe
get some notoriety,
get a bit of notice. So I think it's a good cocktail. I'm just worried just because it's a clarified one that he might think that's too much fiddling around to do, and won't want to do it. But I don't know.
But that's like become one of your signatures now.
Yeah,
clarifying cocktails.
I do it all the time, and it turned out to be some of the most popular videos I uploaded were for milk clarified cocktails. And I was like, fuck it. If people are just searching milk clarified cocktails all the time, I'm going to do it. Because it's basically the cocktail went from this color to this color. So
yep.
I'm always impressed by how big a difference the milk clarifying makes. And also, like, because I fucking hate coffee. So I'm making something that I can tolerate.
Yep.
Which I thought could be an interesting angle, or they might go, fuck this guy who says he hates coffee. Which,
yep.
I'd have trouble holding against them, quite honestly.
Yeah, but also to like make a cocktail with a flavor you don't like. That's and if it turns out to be really good, you never know. That might give you brownie points.
Yeah, we'll see. And that's the angle I took is, well, it's a coffee cocktail for people who don't particularly like coffee. It still has the character of coffee, but it just doesn't have that punch you in the mouth thing that coffee has.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna make.
Did I tell you about when I worked as a barista for a little bit? Because
No.
I'm the same. I can't stand coffee, and even just the smell of coffee just put me off. But
Yeah.
I was in the middle of like chronic depression, and one of my healthcare workers said, "Why don't you do this barista class?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I'll do anything at this stage to like get out of this." And so I did this barista class, and for the first day, I just couldn't stand it. Just the smell of coffee everywhere.
Yes.
And now I can't even smell coffee. I don't even. It doesn't even register coffee anymore. It's and I can make a really good cup of coffee. Apparently, a good cappuccino. I can't stand drinking it, but I can make a really good one. Apparently,
this is the same for me. I can't drink tea, but I can brew a nice cup from when I used to make it for my mum or whatever.
Yeah,
there you go.
You don't like tea? That just screams to me that you haven't found the right tea.
Well, as I said, before you arrived, I'm allergic. I say I'm allergic because I've that avoids that kind of thing being said.
Yeah, fair enough.
I mean, basically, it makes me puke. The smell of it.
Okay.
Even making my mum a cup of tea, it's like I have to, hold it at arm's length. And if it blows into my face, or if I'm sat having, someone's having a cup of tea while we're, while we're chatting, and it starts to blow of me, can you put your cup on the other side? Because it smells. Oh no, So yeah, tea and coffee, hot chocolate, Horlicks, things like that. They just make me barf.
Wow. Can't live without Earl Grey.
You want to know the really fucked up one? So
what's that?
Having Asperger's, I used to get, and it was undiagnosed until I was, much older. As a child, I had some problems, and I got kicked out of Germany. I must have been given one last chance, and I ended up having to live with my father. Living with grandma for 6 months, then living with my father for a bit. And he didn't believe me that I couldn't drink tea. And so every time tea time at dinner, he'd make me drink tea.
Oh, that's really fucked up.
And so what I would do is I would eat my dinner, swig the tea, and then go upstairs and barf it down the toilet. I effectively became bulimic.
Oh, wow.
Because of my father.
Parents, eh?
Oh, you want to know this one? So the stress got to me. I ended up cutting my wrists a bit. It was only a tiny bit of blood. It wasn't any seriousness. And my father said I should have gone down the arm, the vertically down the arm.
Oh.
Yeah. I was 12.
Jesus.
Yeah. My mum would phone up from Germany every week, asking to speak to me. She was told for 6 weeks that I was out playing. I was in a children's home because they couldn't deal with me after the thing. So that was great.
Is your father German?
No, my parents were in the Air Force, and we lived in Germany.
Oh, that's a
part of military service stuff.
I see.
Yeah. Now, the interesting thing about it is that my father and stepmother, they did foster children, and it's like, they couldn't deal with me, but they ended up being foster parents. But I can certainly say my father has mellowed out an awful lot since, and he has admitted to me one of the last times we spoke that he realizes then that he was an asshole.
Yeah.
Well, my father refuses to acknowledge any wrongdoing, and he was fucking abusive, and now he's just dead to me, and I couldn't care less about him.
Sounds like
my father said to me, and there's a very good reason.
Yeah.
A few very good reasons, but one in particular.
My father had a pretty crappy father, and and so he didn't want to repeat that onto my sister and I, and so he
Yep.
genuinely he learnt
So he made all new mistakes then?
Oh yeah, of course he made some new mistakes, but yeah, like I hear these stories and like I can't, like, doesn't compare, you know, like,
Yeah.
so I feel
I wish
a little bit
Grasshopper
privileged.
was still here, because his father was amazing, and I love hearing stories like that, because like all I ever hear is how awful fathers are, and yeah, I want to hear the good stories.
You know,
Yeah,
the
my
sad
father.
thing is
So do I.
that my mum, like, you know, like Sajid was saying, how she was really treated badly by her parents. I mean, just to give you an idea, she was beaten, and then 30 years later, she was opening a can of beans, and the chip came out of her spine that had not moved.
Oh shit!
She ended up having a
Yeah.
back surgery to remove that chip,
Damn.
or to fix that problem.
Yeah.
So
My grandfather used to
I
line
just
up
wanted to add to the end.
my
I just wanted to add to the end that, you know,
Yep.
so my mum was like, oh, she was going to be more loving and caring, you know, towards her kids. Except for when I decided to, you know, I announced that I was going to transition, and then she didn't want anything to do with me, which is why I'm going to be alone this time. So,
Well, you're with us.
You're not alone. You have us.
So my grandfather used to line up my dad and all his brothers and sisters when he got home from work, line them up and beat them just because they're kids and they obviously did something wrong, and that's it.
okay,
Like,
that's fucked up.
that
That's lazy.
is so fucked up.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that speaks
and
to a
so
mental health thing going on as well. That's
Yeah.
that's not a thing a normal person does. That's something
No.
that someone who is fucked upstairs thinks they are doing a sensible thing when they are doing an insane
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah. So
That's a what?
I only found this out after he passed away, from my dad, as an excuse as to why he did some of the fucked up shit. Like, well, my dad did this, and I didn't do that to you, therefore everything I did is okay. And no, that's not how that works.
No.
I'm sorry that you went through that, but no, that doesn't give you an excuse to do that to us or anything like that. He didn't do that to us, but yeah, I had a really good relationship with my grandfather. He was a chemist, and he taught me a lot about chemistry and instilled a passion for chemistry into me. So I did a chemistry degree. Who'd have thought I didn't enjoy it? But yeah, it was only after he passed away that I found out all this horrible parental stuff. But he mellowed out when he became a grandparent, and for fuck's sake, my father mellowed out when he became a grandparent. And my kids, I'm glad my kids have a good relationship with him, but I'll never speak to him again, ever. And I vowed never to make the same mistakes that my parents did, and be emotionally available. And Will has turned out pretty cool, pretty awesome. And he can actually come to me with problems, which I could never do because my dad was a bully. And my mother was distant because she was suffering as well, because my dad was a wife-beating arsehole.
Yeah.
So
that's the reason why my parents got divorced in the first place.
The question, I think it's kind of begging the question, like, do you give people like the room to change and give them that chance to evaluate those changes and then reevaluate your relationship with that person? I think.
Yeah, well, I mean, I
question.
tried to reconcile many times with my dad, and each time he would would pass the buck. He would make excuses. He never apologized and never admitted to wrongdoing. He would just, oh, that's just how things were done back then, and shit like that. And
yes,
and I just gave up. I actually just, after decades of trying to fix things, I couldn't anymore. Yeah, I hit 30-ish and just gave up. It wasn't worth it anymore.
Yeah, and
It
that's
wasn't worth it.
self-preservation. And self-preservation.
Yeah, absolutely. And
fuck people who
I've
say,
never looked
no,
back.
you have to love your family and blah, blah, blah. No. When it
Fuck
gets to the point of self-preservation, you look after yourself.
Yeah.
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 No.
All right,
I
I'm
gave
gonna
him
make
plenty of chances.
set my gear up.
Cool.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna scan for life forms. I just love scanning for life forms.
Very good.
Urgent life out here.
I am.
Forms. So it's a Star Trek reference. Why did no one get that? Oh.
I did.
I must admit, I haven't watched Star Trek. I like the only thing that's Star Trek-esque that I've watched in my life is the Orville.
Yeah.
Oh, the Orville's great.
I love
do
the
like the
Orville.
Orville.
Do you know what my favorite episode is? And it's just a very simple one. So they go on this planet, and everyone's wearing a badge where you got an up and a down arrow. And if you do something nice, then they press the up arrow, and if you do something bad, it's down. So you give them the bad coffee, they give you the down one because you're the bad waitress.
That sounds like Black Mirror to me.
It's very Black Mirror-ish in my opinion. I've seen this episode. It's pretty much the Reddit episode. That's what it is. It's
Anyway,
a Reddit episode.
So what happens in
This is the Orville, yeah?
Yeah,
Yep.
so what happens in this story is
Oh,
one of
yeah.
the characters, he's like talking about one of his crewmates, you know. So they've gone to this planet, it's like a first contact kind of thing.
And
Yep.
your New Year's Eve's treated
Oh.
you well.
Ozzy.
He's going live.
I agree. Everybody, the mic.
Mute let's see if we can mute him.
Well,
I don't think we can.
We can't.
is he
No. He
But
can
it's-
Oh no,
fast.
this is going to be awkward.
when this goes live? And I thought, what do we need for New Year's Day? We need something that might potentially help us get over the excesses of New Year's Eve. Hair of the dog, if you will. I actually looked up online, hair of the dog, and a whole bunch of suggested drinks came up that are supposed to be something to eliminate a hangover.
It's like behind the scenes.
Where that phrase, hair of the dog.
That's all this is, behind the scenes.
Those are your
Another YouTuber.
So you've never seen,
by a rabid
you've
dog.
never watched
You needed
Star Trek.
for a
Not
cure.
really, no. I saw one episode of the new series and it was like, I heard it was
You have a
pretty
bad
pretty
hangover,
average.
Maybe it'll go away.
Yeah.
Are
You drink.
you planning to rectify this injustice, Abigail?
No, it won't.
I don't know. Look,
So,
start with Next Generation.
otherwise,
The
Alright.
first season's really hard to get through, but it's worth it because it gets really good.
I actually
The first couple of seasons.
Yeah, I think
But,
the first season is where it really graduated.
a lot of us do.
Yeah,
from
same with DS9 as well.
Yes.
suffering.
Season 3 just starts
so
to
Yeah,
get good.
but, my argument is that I actually think Voyager's the best season, based series,
First,
and it's because they were consistent all the way through.
fail to do that.
In
You
terms-
I have
feel terrible.
in terms of
okay.
production,
I
so
don't.
Let me
I,
flesh
I'm not
out.
going to say I don't like Voyager, but
And
it's just it's too episodic. It's meant to be this
Pure
massive, like this great voyage
And anyway-
back to the Alpha Quadrant. But every week the ship's back together again, and
Yeah.
they've got a full complement of shuttles, and
But isn't there some sort of like
not
some
work.
some
okay?
some,
It's been
some
tested.
like technological background for Star Trek? Like in the Orville, like you have the Orville sustains some pretty
various things
like
to
hefty
fight
damage during the series,
you need
and
is-
they put it back together by the next episode.
'cause I
You don't know how much time passes by, but you do know that they have replicators, of like nano replicators
Yeah.
to make food
Well,
in
they-
an instant.
night of
they
indulgence.
have replicators on Voyager.
And
Yeah.
But they make a point of saying they have replicator rations because it requires energy to run the things.
Yes.
So and
they have
You
I don't know.
can't like.
I do like Voyager, but
Okay.
Well,
it suffers from Rick Berman. Rick Berman fucked Voyager.
Oh, yes,
Oh, so-
And
I like Rick Berman. That was what made Next Generation better. You know, as soon as he took over, it wasn't quite hammy.
he's such a misogynist, and he
precise person.
he likes episodic. He didn't like serialized storytelling, and that's where once he had nothing to do with DS9, it got good. It got really good.
See, that's one of the problems, because one of the things to remember is at the time of DS9, or sort of during Next Generation into DS9, that was when Babylon 5 kicked off. And that was unique in having a long storyline. I actually didn't like Babylon 5 when it was on TV because I could never get into it. One of the things I like about Star Trek is you can just watch any episode. Even if you watch one of those two-parter episodes, it'll tell you in the last time on Star Trek Next Generation, last time on 9 or whatever. Just watch individual episodes, whereas you couldn't on Babylon 5. It was only when I borrowed off my friend's DVDs that I said, okay, this is really good. But trying to watch...
I like the serialized stories. I like the long arcs. I like to binge watch. I like waiting to hear what happens next week when it was originally airing. The Monster of the Week stories doesn't get me.
No, it's pretty...
To each their own.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not that I think Babylon 5 isn't good. It's that I think Star Trek is better because it's just more easily accessible. And I think it's more objective, if you know what I mean.
I tend to agree.
Yeah. Now, when it comes to Star Trek, the first two seasons of Next Generation, it was, so certainly the first season.
The other one,
the original series.
Australian whiskey from Star.
The women were dressed up like go-go dancers, and the music.
They make it with wheat.
It was just a better production copy of the original series.
Right, nice. So
look, I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna say why it kind of sucked, and it's kind of apocryphal, but
now
Gene Roddenberry is to blame. Because he was stuck, and he was a bit of a he micromanaged, and he was a bit of a stickler for what he wanted for the show. He had very clear ideas, and he wouldn't listen to anything else. And he needed that. He really needed that. And when he passed away, the show got really good. Yeah,
that's right. In the second season, he stepped back because he wasn't well, and that was, so there was still he still had his toe in it, but it was when he was gone that it really grew up and it evolved and became much more fleshed out. Now, Deep Space Nine, for the first couple of seasons, it boldly went nowhere. Everything. And it was only when they got clients, suddenly they were able to sort of expand out a little bit. And then they followed that, sort of that Babylon 5 thing where they had this long war, thread going through it.
Which,
and Voyager just was consistent all the way through.
I guess, Voyager was a bit... I mean, I love Voyager. I don't hate Voyager by any means. But, it was just very kind of like over the top techno-babbly, very bright and bubbly. I mean, it's Star Trek. That's what you pay for.
I don't know. It was like the original series, but because it was like exploring places no one had ever been before, that kind of stuff. It was effectively the original series, but next gen style.
Yeah, Look, I'm overdue for a Voyager rewatch. I'm gonna get to it after I finish my DS9 rewatch, which I'm in the middle of now. And I haven't watched it in years, so. But yeah, DS9 and Babylon 5 are not derivative of each other, even though there are lots of parallels. The stories and the setups were written independently of each other. It's one of the biggest coincidences in sci-fi I've ever seen, and I've heard stories of people saying, "Wow, they're doing that. We're doing that too," and they're completely independent. So if anyone ever tells you that DS9 and Voyager are DS9 and Babylon 5 are in either direction derivative, they're not. It's just a massive coincidence.
Irish
There
Premier
is,
But I love Babylon 5. I thought it was amazing, and I can't wait for the remake. They're doing a remake. So
right. Okay, that's interesting. Yeah, I mean,
and J. Michael Straczynski is involved with the remake.
Excellent. I mean, as I said, don't get me wrong. Don't think I don't like Babylon 5. There is a weird thing. It's almost like the Star Trek thing. There was a weird thing that some people are. Some people have this one or the other.
Yeah.
If you're a PC user or you're a Mac user. And of course, each side have positives and negatives, so they will boast their positives and brutalize the negatives of the other.
Even if it isn't,
Star Wars, Star Trek.
Oh God, there we go.
Yep.
Same story.
Even
in the 80s, you
can eat apple pie and ice cream at the same time. I agree.
Schwarzenegger fan or you're a Stallone fan. Be both, and it's like get lost.
Now going to taste my hair of the dog.
Angry hasn't muted his microphone. He's doing a video. Sorry for rabid game fan.
Tell you what, it's really decadent.
And we're trying to talk about Star Trek and Babylon 5.
If you use actual cream.
God, how dare he do this on his own channel while we want to talk about Star Trek? Come on.
Speaking of Star Trek,
I was mentioning the Orville story. So what happened was, one of the crew got in trouble with the author.
I think I would probably prefer this.
What happened was he was talking about his crewmates having a date last night, and he went up to the statue and grinded with it.
After a night,
and so some people saw it and they took photos. And next thing you know, his numbers are dropping like crazy.
Hopefully, I don't have to find out.
So hopefully, if you get over 10,000 or something, you get arrested.
Public service disclaimer.
Yeah.
And you my lawyer? What's a lawyer? No, I'm your press.
That is bad for you.
That is. They didn't have a lawyer. He effectively had to go on all the TV shows and beg
just
an
postponing feeling worse.
And he was kind of doing a shitty job of it. If you go,
I remember that episode.
There was a little bit of an effort to get the honey to dissolve.
The end of the episode is they're on the Orville and they're hacking into the Twitter.
Have a honey syrup, and clearly the honey taste.
They're trying, they're diddling around with it. It's like,
there's this back here that concentration of honey is now going to
show a picture. I mean, it was a skip
again.
They then fact and that makes it slow.
Dessert drink. This is not bad at all.
Was he a veteran and comes home to his kids or his dog or something?
I think I'd have this one.
They dressed him in the fatigues of the military and like, oh, I loved you, doggy, while I was away at war, kind of thing. Slows down a little bit more. And one of the crew, they've got an alien on the station, on the ship, say giving out these ideas of how to make it go longer. And one of the crew says, "Why don't you check this out?"
Start to
she just feel don't worry, they won't.
More than one of these.
And
but
I'm really sorry, Laura, but I can't make out a word you're saying with angry. I can make up little bits here, but
you don't know what you're talking about.
It's really hard to follow you with angry blasting over the top.
I'm all for
because it's funny on the end.
So let me know if you have what you consider to be a hangover cure, or at least a hair of the dog that makes you feel a bit better. This New Year's Day,
He might be done soon.
the potential hair of the dog
He'll
solution.
be done soon, yeah.
When I get
Yeah,
to
he
actually
sounds like
physically
he's
be
wrapping
on
up.
New Year's Day, we'll
And then
see.
we'll lambast him for
Oh,
not muting.
yep,
Yes.
yep.
Uh,
He's not
I
hearing
will
the end
try
of
to
this.
be just that little bit restrained.
He can't
so
hear us. No, he's got
No.
his
next day.
speakers
But
off,
hey,
but he hasn't
New Year's
muted
Eve,
his
who knows?
microphone.
Even if I'm
He
staying at home,
He
who
usually does
knows
both.
what's going to happen? And again, wherever you are, I hope you're looking after yourself. I hope you're staying safe, whatever that means, where you are. And hey, find someone online. If you can't be somewhere because of COVID restrictions, find someone online to spend time with.
Look in private chat.
On Nomi, online drinking. I do it. That's how I stay in touch with my friends around the country and around the world through the magic of the internet. So I hope you find a way to enjoy yourself. Yes, it's January 1st. Everything's going to magically get better now. We can fool ourselves. But yeah, let's hope 2021 is on the upward curve compared to 2020. What a year, eh? What a year. Anyway, looking forward to a brighter future. Hope you take care of yourself. Hey, if you're not already subscribed to the channel, it'd be great if you did. Hit the little bell to get notifications when I upload. Be back at least 2 or 3 times a week with new cocktail ideas. Love
Smash
to share
that subscribe button.
soon. But in the meantime,
Right.
Smash that subscribe button.
soon.
Hit the bell. Boom.
Smash that like button.
And Angry, you left your
No,
mic open.
Wait for it.
He's not back yet.
We gotta wait for him to please sit
yeah.
down and focus and feel calm, and then
He'll realize and yeah.
We should all stare at him disapprovingly.
Oh dear. Oh well. Oh dear.
Angry. We are angry.
And most of us are Aussies. Haha.
Just leave
We
just
are-
leave at the
Three angry Aussies and one angry Brit. I assume you're British, Laura.
I am, yes.
What can we do? Was it her
I don't
accent?
even call myself English.
Oh my God, was my microphone on the whole time?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, damn.
Yes.
Oh my
We were
God.
trying to talk about Star Trek, and you just
Oh my God.
ruined
Well,
it.
let's
You
do Star
ruiner.
Trek now.
Yeah.
Now I've ruined the Star Trek conversation.
Oh, no, make it
And the
restart
Orville, and Bab 5, and yeah.
Oh, rabid game fan. That's Angry's having issue with the voice coming through. I must be a little bit drunk because I didn't notice the light on the microphone hadn't. I just went to switch it on and it started flashing. I went, no, that's what it does when it's off. Oh no!
Oh no,
Ooh.
You'll all know then. I made a hair of the dog. So yeah.
What we discovered
Yeah,
though
we heard.
that you basically recorded next week's.
That is absolutely what I do. I record them a week in advance, and that gives me time to edit, do some B-roll, as we say in the biz, for some cutaways and close-ups. And
So speaking of editing,
yes,
your computer that I upgraded for you.
Yeah.
How you're having that problem? I have on me a USB stick with a
Yes.
magic bit of software that'll get rid
Yeah.
of that message for you.
Oh fuck yeah!
It's
Okay.
not quite legal.
I don't fucking care.
And-
Fuck Microsoft.
Don't care. Yeah. Excellent. Next time I'm over, I'll
Yep.
work my magic and
Yep.
get rid of
do that.
the
Yeah, and I
but
don't-
the
you
only
don't-
problem with it is that you have to make an exception through the firewall and the antivirus software, and you have to do it every year. I literally just had to do it myself.
Oh, okay.
But-
okay.
It just works. It just is a thing.
Yeah.
It won't
I-
stop updates, Mega Leech. It will not stop Windows updates.
A few people said, "Oh, if you can actually get someone from Microsoft to call you, they'll fix it." And I actually got someone from Microsoft to call me, and it was some dude in India, and he had a setup where, for some reason, I was hearing an echo of myself back after 2 seconds, which actually makes it quite difficult to talk.
Yes.
It got to the stage where he's saying like, I needed a product key. And it was like, well, dude, I don't have a product key. The computer was originally built a long time ago, like 5 more years ago. And you, Microsoft, know for a fact when someone changes the motherboard and they've got a legit version of Windows, this bullshit happens. You know that happens, and it's not the fault of the user. So why the fuck are you making? I didn't even say why the fuck. I said, so why are you making it the fault of the user? And he's going like, oh, you need a product key or proof of purchase. And I said, you are just saying the same things. You need to stop saying that, because that is of no value whatsoever. I'm in a normal situation for a consumer, a situation that Microsoft's aware of, a situation that Microsoft know is 100% their fault, and you're sitting here telling me what I have to do. Why are you treating me like I've done something wrong? Well, you have to have the thing. And then I just start, I never swore at him, but I just said, you need to stop talking. You're just saying the same 3 scripted things. You can't help me. I want to make a formal complaint. This is unacceptable. This is, oh, you need to have a proof of. No, I said, you need to stop saying that. You actually need to shut up, because this is absolutely intolerable to have you just repeating that. And and I kept saying, I want to make a complaint. How do I make a complaint? And he's just going, there are 3 ways we can fix this. And I'm like, fuck, dude. And I think I did end up swearing. I think I said, because, they do that thing about, Mega Leech, 3 or 4 times, I clearly and explicitly said, this needs to go up the chain because you can't do anything. I wish to make a formal complaint. I want you to transfer me to someone so I can make a formal complaint. And he just kept blankly saying, there are 3 things we can do. And I was like, okay. And then I said, this is the worst experience of my fucking life. And I said, yeah, at the start, you said this is possibly being recorded and monitored. If anyone is listening back to this, this is the most shithouse fucked experience of my life. And I fucking hate Microsoft with a passion. And I'm going to tell everyone I know online how badly this sucks. This is your fault. You fucking need to fix it. And and then I hung up on him. So it's just, and because I work customer service, so I work really hard to never abuse anyone in customer service. But this guy was just being a cunt, or he was just thick as shit. And it was just either way, it was like, you are making my life fucking miserable. So,
So my most ridiculous thing. So here in the UK, being trans, I can change my name in a day. I can go to any company, and I went to my bank and I basically took a copy of my deed poll, which I wrote myself.
Yeah.
Because effectively you can write your own. You don't have to go through a government agency. Unlike America, you don't have to go to court to ask for them to say yes. To
changing your name.
Yeah, just to change your name. It's ridiculous. But one company that I have had a hell of a problem with is PayPal, because I can't change my name on PayPal. The only way you can change your name is to show photo ID, so a driver's license. I don't drive. A passport. I don't have a passport anymore because mine was invalidated when I changed my name, so the official document doesn't go. Or state, like country state ID. We don't have one of those in the UK. We literally do not have state ID.
Yeah.
We don't have an ID card system. So it is impossible for me to change my name unless I spend £75 to get a passport.
Yeah.
That you're probably not going to use.
Well, I won't be going to America anytime soon.
No. To be fair, you won't be going out of the UK.
No one's saying it will be.
No. Well, it's either probably likely to get beaten, assaulted, etc., for being trans, or just dying by, existing near people that are crazy and lunatics and don't want to wear masks and things like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just that fun shit.
Yeah.
I mean, I've heard the freakiest stories. Like, we all know being black is enough reason to just get randomly shot by a cop there. And yes, there are lots of places where being trans would just existing would put your life in danger. The freakiest one I ever heard was someone who was a nerd. They were somewhere in the South and they had a T-shirt that I think it was the Debian mascot that was a little demon.
Red Hat.
Abigail, you're a nerd. You'd remember that, would you? One of the old Unix variants had a demon. I think
Red
it was
Hat.
demon.
It's Red Hat. I'm pretty sure.
Was it?
Okay.
Well, but anyway, so
Oh no, it's not. No, sorry. Yeah, it's not Red Hat. Sorry.
No,
I think
Red
it's
Hat is a Red Hat.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
Red
Red Hat.
I think it was Debian, but anyway, it was a Unix variant. The logo was a demon, a little cartoon demon, not a scary one, cute little cartoon demon. And so it was a nerd thing. And this girl, she's posting online like, yeah, it's just like in one of those food places in the South. And these guys just started. Are you a Satan worshiper? What's that? And they were big, scary guys. And they were being verbally and physically threatening because of her fucking T-shirt. And it was just like, this is crazy town. I'm just wearing a nerd T-shirt. And these fucking randos are all but punching me in the fuck. And they were making threats. They were like, around these parts, we don't take kindly to that sort of, and they were making really specific threats about what would happen. It was like, Christ, that's for having a cartoon demon on your T-shirt. That country's insane. Actually, we were speaking of Jackass earlier. I think it's either in one of the Jackass movies or one of those similar prank things that were on TV. A guy and this was in Los Angeles, right? Which, okay, progressive, decadent Los Angeles. He was just wearing a devil costume and holding a sign saying like God sucks or something. And people were violently attacking him on the street just because he's dressed up in this devil costume. And the sign, it didn't even say anything as aggressive as God sucks, but it was basically saying, I don't like God because I'm the devil, And people in Los Angeles were violently, it's not like they were grabbing him, they were threatening him, they were taking swings at him. And I was going like, Jesus Christ, that's in Los Angeles. That people have no fucking sense of humor. And it's just like, imagine doing that in the South, they'd fucking kill you. Ugh.
So I've got a really hard story to tell.
Mm-hmm.
So I think I told you before that a lady in California, she adopted me as a cyber mum, a lesbian Catholic. Interesting contradiction. Anyway, so basically it's like my mum doesn't like this, and I was telling her about it, and she went, well, I'll be your mum if you like. And then she died. And that was the catalyst for me. Why am I letting all these other people control my happiness? Because I'm trying to make them comfortable. I need to be me, and that was what caused me to come out. That's what caused me to say I'm going to transition.
Yeah.
So what happened was when Jade died, her friend organised a funeral gathering, and we basically put her ashes in the sea off Monterey Bay. So on a whale watching boat, and it was fantastic actually. What was funny is her nickname on YouTube and stuff was Jade Turkey Cat. So she had a turkey costume as an avatar, and her friend got the ashes, and she made a turkey cat costume out of the box kind of thing. So had it, paper that would biodegradable paper and things like that, and the head of the cat was almost like a pom pom of paper, scrolled up paper, and when it got thrown in the sea. The splash, the head came off, flew in the air. It was hilarious. Anyway, so what happened? I mean, Jade would have laughed her head off it. Literally in that case. But she would have been hysterical at that. She would have laughed so much. Anyway, so what happened was Ellen, the lady who had organized this. So Ellen and Cherie were Jade's friends, and they were a pair of lesbians. And so what happened was they lived in, in California. And so they lived in like a housing estate, but it was like a, well-to-do kind of thing, a nice place, not like a, bogan town, I suppose you might call it. I don't know if you have such things. Anyway.
Do.
Sorry?
We sure do have bogan towns.
The
Yes.
entire city of Brisbane.
Yeah, I would expect so, but I wasn't going to sort of make the assumption just in case I was wrong. Anyway, but I wouldn't be surprised. In fact, wait a minute, Bogan Town, isn't that basically the description of Queensland?
Yes.
Well, that's what Brisbane.
Except for Townsville, apparently. Townsville's like.
Well, you know why? That's because the Powerpuff Girls are there.
I was about to say that's because the Powerpuff Girls are in the city of
Yeah.
town.
Anyway, so what happened was, this is where the story's going to get a bit harsh. So Ellen and Sherry lived in this little neighborhood thing, and there was some like a bit where you could have some gardens, so some allotments kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
And so what happened was there was enough for everybody, but if someone wasn't using some, then other people could use it.
Okay.
So Ellen decided that she wanted to start using it, and she asked for people to give it up, and they refused. And then they just stopped paying attention to the emails, but effectively, it was their right.
Yeah.
So what happened was there was a meeting, they'd have like a AGM or whatever, and so they decided to go down to contest this, because it's like, look, we have rights, we pay our rent, it's a part of this. I'm sorry, but these are the rules, and you should make way. As is the way that things are. We've got it on paper, kind of stuff. Effectively, it went rather sour, and it ended up with Sherry, who was the more butch of the two. She was pushed backwards by someone in a car, and when she banged her fist on the hood of the car, they took her to court, and everyone put a restraining order. She wasn't allowed. They weren't even allowed to walk. They weren't even allowed to walk the dog in the neighborhood.
Oh shit.
Damn.
Okay. And now Cherie, she came out in high school. She'd faced bigotry, people writing crap on her locker, and bullying and even assaulting her, when she was at school. But Ellen had done, and bear in mind, these ladies are in their 60s, maybe a bit more. And so, but Ellen, she came out later as an adult, and these were still in the kind of hippie-ish days, sort of 60s, 70s kind of time. So she never actually faced bigotry like that before. And it basically, it just made her feel ill. And she tried taking her own life. And Sherry found and revived her. It was afterwards that it was noticed that there was a letter on the side saying "Do not resuscitate," but too late.
Oof.
And because she had tried to take her own life, there was a sort of mandatory. You got to go for spend 10 days or 14 days in a psychiatric thing, psychiatric ward. And so, and then she had to go to meetings every couple of 3 times a week or whatever it was. But it ended up with one morning Sherry woke up and the dog was on the bed, and that was unusual because normally the dog slept on Ellen's bed, and they'd separated. They were sleeping in separate rooms. And Ellen had taken her own life.
Oh,
Because
no.
she just couldn't cope with the idea that they were awful, horrible people around, and she just spiraled into despair. And she was so angry at Cherie for stopping her the first time. She had a little note in her pocket which said, "Sherry killed me."
Oh, fucking hell.
dear.
No, that is a troubled person. That is a very troubled
Oh.
person.
Yeah, and that was all triggered by bigots.
Of course, yeah,
Mm.
yeah.
And this
Yeah.
is California. This is, a very, very liberal, not Australian liberal,
Yeah.
but very liberal
Left-wing.
place. And yet there is still, I suppose you could say, ghettos of right-wing evangelical. This is not right type stuff.
They're everywhere. They're here as well in
Oh yeah,
liberal,
and they are in
liberal
progressive
Melbourne.
circles as well.
Mm.
I've been in a lot of, because I don't hang out with anti-progressive people, but a lot of environments that are supposedly full of really progressive people who will do nasty bigoted shit, and then do the whole gaslighting thing of saying you're overreacting and that didn't happen, and it's like, fuck off.
But it was actually really hard for me because because when Jade died, and I went to the funeral thing, she said, "Well, I'll take over from Jade if you like." So we ended up chatting on a Friday afternoon on Skype every week, and then she told me that she'd done something silly, and that she and Ellen weren't doing well. So she and Cherry weren't doing well. And that she was going to be moving into Jade's house, and like you could come over, and that kind of thing. And I all had plans to do that. And then she said that she was having to go away for a little while. And the next thing I heard that she died. So she didn't want to talk to me because maybe, I don't know, I can only hypothesize, but she talked to me. Maybe I would convince her that there was something more to life and other people to think about.
Yeah.
It's easy to say you've got nobody when you're being a recluse, whereas if you've got somebody trying to make you feel good about yourself, she didn't want to do that, and she had it all planned. This time I'll do it properly, so she can't stop me. Do it in the night. So I apologize for bringing the tone.
Yeah.
Oh, need to have open discussions.
Yeah.
Even if it's the world is not all sunshine and lollipops, but it helps to talk sometimes. So
last time I told that story was at a trans gathering, and I started crying.
As you would.
It's pretty full on. Yeah.
Well, it was only about a month afterwards at that time, so it was still quite raw.
Of course.
Yeah. I wondered, while you were doing your live cocktail thing, accidentally live, I was talking about the Orville in one of the episodes that made me chuckle, and it was an illustration of what people are like today.
The social media one.
Yeah, that's right. It was, it's like they've hacked into the Twitter YouTuber sphere.
Yes.
And they're trying to get, their buddy who is going to get lobotomized if they don't stop the massive decline in numbers, because they lobotomize him when he gets 3 million downvotes.
Yes.
And so what happened was they're messing around. So it's like, okay, was he a fat kid that made good? And they show a picture of what he was like as a kid, and he was a thin kid. It's like, okay, so they use the computer and they make him look like a fat kid. So they're thinking like, oh, he lost a load of weight, and that kind of thing. And people think, oh, that's good, that. So it slows down the decline a bit. And then hey, what about there are people who love those videos where soldiers come back from war and they've got their dog or something. And it's like, oh yeah, that'll be great. So they sort of dressing up in the fatigues for that society. And it's like, oh, I loved you, doggy, while I was away at war. And again, it slows the decline down. And this is one of the aliens that's helping them on the station, on the spaceship, on the Orville. And then one of the crew basically says to her, like, won't anyone check this up? And the alien lady, she just says so matter of factly, oh, don't worry, they won't. And it's exactly what things are like today. It's something you said, Angry, 8 years ago. If you see a news article that says exactly what you want it to say, treat it with caution.
Yeah.
You know.
And I know I've been suckered by that. And that's what I try and say. It's like the 3 warning signs are it triggers a reaction, whether positive or negative. It fits exactly into your worldview. And you don't know what the source of it is. Those are the big warning signs that you need to look deeper.
Yeah, if you see several versions of this story and they're all reporting to the single one, it's like, let's double check that first one first. I'll give you I'll give you a really practical example of this. So there's MSNBC in America. There's a lady called Rachel Maddow, and she does some stuff. I really, really like her, and she tells these wonderful stories as well. You know, you can sort of see the flow of how it got from there to another part, and then how it relates to today or something. So, for example, stuff that happened with Nixon is parallel to stuff that's happened with Trump, and so on. Anyway, so one of the stories that came out about a year ago now, I think it was how so there was a plane flying from Iraq or Afghanistan to America, and they stopped off at Prestwick Airport in Scotland. And the crew went and drove, instead of staying at the hotel at the airport, just a cheap motel place, they traveled 45 minutes to the middle of nowhere to stay at a Trump hotel golf course thing. And so, now that was the story. What MSNBC, what Rachel Maddow sort of, and there was an extra bit of spin that was added to it, which was, this is really unusual for them to stop there, and it's more expensive for them to get the fuel there, rather than on an American Air Force base in Germany. And it's like normally they'd stay in Germany, but they went to Prestwick instead, and they stayed at a Trump hotel, and this was really unusual for them to stop at Prestwick. And it's like, no, I know military planes. I mean, my parents were in the Air Force. I know about planes, airliners, military stuff, whatever. If you go to airliners.net and you type in C-17 and look at Prestwick, you'll find loads of photos. Because what happens is, when you stick cargo in it, you've only got a certain amount of, the heavier it is, the lower the range, the more fuel you need. So if they fueled up in Germany, or for that matter, they fueled up in England, one of the Air Force bases in England, then they wouldn't have enough range to get all the way to America. They'd have to stop off at Nova Scotia or somewhere like that. And really, usually they fly into somewhere like Dover in what's it called, Delaware. That's one of the main cargo aircraft bases. So, but the reason why they stop at Prestwick is because that's the last stop between Europe and America. They could do air-to-air refueling, but that's very expensive. So it's cheaper to just, it's going to cost more money to buy fuel at Prestwick, but whatever, it's the most, it's the best alternative. And so, and it was like, that frustrated me, because although the kernel of truth is that the scandal is that rather than stay at the local motel at the airport, they'd gone to a Trump thing. That was the scandal, that basically Trump's making money out of making the military, pilots and crew stay at a Trump place rather than the local motel. That was the story. But instead, they added an extra layer of it on being unusual, and they don't normally land there, and that's not true. And I wonder how many other people just suckered up the entire version of Rachel Maddow without knowing because they didn't have the facts on the secondary part, that they believed that as well.
Yeah.
And the other question, of course, is, did Rachel Maddow know that this was, did she think this was unusual, or did she know that it was common for them to fly there?
And that's the big question with media people. Did they stop investigating and researching too soon, or do they actually know they're skewing the truth or outright lying to advance their agenda? And it's always the open question.
And this is one of the differences. I remember you saying something about Australia, where how they were going to have a Fox Australia, but they discovered that there are laws there saying you're not allowed to outwardly lie, so they dropped it.
Oh, yeah. Actually, that's an urban legend as well.
Okay.
We have Sky News here. You have Sky in the UK, both Murdoch owned. But Sky News in Australia is stupider than Fox News in the UK, in the US. No one watches it. Like, its viewership is about the same as this fucking live stream, quite honestly. And the only people who watch it are journalists and politicians. The general public do not watch it, and they just say stupid stuff. Ooh, Fox has entered the twilight zone. There you go.
At least his fridge is closed.
Stupid shit all the time, and they just lie. They just lie and say dumb shit, and no one ever holds them accountable.
Look, every time I walk into a pub, they're showing Sky News, and I want to know what that's about.
Foxtel just said we'll give it to you free. It's at airport lounges, it's at train stations, it's at pubs. Foxtel just said we'll give it to you for free.
Yeah, it's just running news all day. I mean, the thing is worth realizing in America, things like Fox News and MSNBC, they labeled as entertainment channels, not news channels.
Yeah.
As a result, the First Amendment applies, so they can actually lie to you. And so as a result, you've effectively got, Fox News is the Republican propaganda channel, and MSNBC / CNN are the Democratic propaganda channel.
Yeah. And there was a standard in the US until the early 90s, and I forget what it's called, but it was basically if you as a TV station presented a point of view, you had to give equal airtime if someone requested it to present a contrary view. And they overturned that in the 90s. Fox News would not be able to exist if that law still existed in the US, because for every hour of Bill O'Reilly or whoever, they'd have to give an hour to someone like me who just sits there going, here's why Bill O'Reilly's a cunt, okay? He's just...
that thing about equal time is a bit of a double-edged sword, though, because you get things like climate deniers getting equal time to climate scientists. Yeah.
It's funny that happens now. Climate deniers get at least as much airtime as scientists. Anti-abortion lunatics get more airtime than pro-choice people. And I understand the fear. It's like, oh my God, the loonies are good on. The loonies are fucking on. The loonies are on. It's the reasonable people who aren't on at the moment. So,
look, I reckon the US is just a write-off at this point. They're just collapsing in on themselves, and I got popcorn. If it wasn't for the fact that they have a bunch of nuclear weapons, and
that's the troubling bit. That's the troubling bit.
Yeah, that's the troubling bit.
Also, when they collapse, there's going to be a power vacuum. Who's going to fill that?
Learn Chinese.
Basically.
Mandarin.
China's the future. I know, in the chat, Raiders apparently read Rachel Maddow's new book, Bagman. It's a good one, apparently.
Mm-hmm.
And Blair is here and smells of turkey. That is excellent news on both counts. See, I'm going to go to the supermarkets tomorrow and see what roasts they didn't sell. So they're now marking down. and I'm getting dinner for the next week from the supermarket tomorrow with all the stuff that's been marked down because they didn't sell it. Blur,
I ate
your
that
hand,
sushi.
your turkey man. Oh, you ate the sushi? I remember us having the
I ate the
sushi
sushi.
conversation yesterday.
Yes.
I want to add something to what Abigail was saying about the double-edged sword of having the opposite view. One of the things that's happened. So, for example, we have similar laws. You don't have to give equal airtime, but you do have to give balanced coverage. And so, for example, let's say Channel 4 News. Let's say they're talking about fox hunting, for example.
Yes.
Whether they should bring it back in or not, kind of thing. And so they will get in the anti-fox hunting and the pro-fox hunting. And they'll say like, oh well, there's an industry and things like that, and it's an ancient industry and people will be put out of jobs and so on. And and they're doing it ethically anyway, etc., etc. And the other one will give, it's killing animals. Why would you do this? This isn't the the Dark Ages. We're in the 21st century. Come on, kind of thing. Well, when it comes to trans stuff, unfortunately, sorry, let me prelude. Effectively, what will happen is the host of this short debate on the news, they will ask a question of the opposite question to the to the person who wants fox hunting back, saying, well, isn't it a barbaric sport? And then they'll challenge, that there's a challenging question that they will have to deal with, and then they'll ask the pro, well, isn't it unfair to put all these people out of work, and so on. So when it comes to trans stuff, well, unfortunately, the TV people don't seem to realize there's a group called the LGB Alliance, and they are anti-trans. You look at them on Twitter, and you will find that because what they'll say is they want to remove the T out of LGBT. Because LG and B are sexuality stuff, whereas trans is an ID thing, which doesn't really fit. And of course, the reason why they're together is because, they face discrimination in the same form. So that's what drew them all together. But they're trying to, and these people are actually backed by the evangelical right in America, who would quite easily slit their throats just because they're lesbians and gays and whatever. And they're mainly lesbians.
TERFs and right-wing evangelicals are often strange bedfellows.
Yeah.
Like that.
And this is incredibly common in the UK. It's bizarre. But because they are one of the most vocal, out there, and they've also got this kind of plausible deniability. Well, yes, it has mostly anti-trans stuff on our Twitter, but it also has pro-LGBT stuff. So you can't say we're just a hate group, So because it hasn't, they haven't. I suppose you've heard of the Southern Law Poverty Center.
Yes,
in America. Effectively, it's unless you end up on their list, you're not a proper hate group yet. And so they've always got this evolving new group that pops out of nowhere in order to sort of, well, we're not on that list yet. It's the equivalent of legal, legal drugs kind of thing. Not, what do you call it?
Decriminalized?
Sorry?
Decriminalizing drugs?
No, not decriminalizing. Effectively, you've got legal drugs and you've got illegal drugs.
Yeah.
So what they do is they bring out another version that's not actually on the list of illegal stuff, but I can't think what the terms.
They tweak the chemical profile a little.
Yeah. So it's stuff that's really bad, but they're not actually illegal yet because they need to qualify them as that set of chemicals in that formation. We're going to make that illegal. So Yeah, and so what happens is I might have I won't watch Channel 4 News, and they're talking about, should they allow trans women to take part in sports, or trans girls or whatever, to take in female sports. And it's like, oh, well, they shouldn't do that because it's unfair and that kind of thing. And they're getting the LGBT Alliance people to on the show. And it's like, holy shit. You might as well be talking to someone in the Ku Klux Klan about black issues.
Yeah.
Except they call themselves the Klux Klu.
Yeah. These people throw cis women under the bus just to make their point. Like this bullshit about trans women sport. That French tennis player, Mauresmo, she was bigger. She's a cis woman. This is about 10 years ago. She's bigger and stronger than about 95% of women. And one of the big name stars was playing against her in a press conference. Just happened to say, because, men have the whole power serve thing, whereas women's tennis is more about finesse and technique. But Mauresmo was taller, stronger than 95% of women, and she had this huge power serve going on. And one of the women tennis players who was, like in the top 3 at that time said, oh my God, playing against her, sometimes you feel like you're playing against a man because these just huge serves come down. And the media ran with basically Mauresmo was also a lesbian, I think, but they basically ran with, she's saying Mauresmo's really mannish and all this. And so she showed up at the next press conference going, I don't even want to fucking talk to you guys anymore because I say one thing and then you just go off and I just literally said, she's got a big serve. The only other people I've played against with a serve like that are men. And I was just casually saying it's almost like playing against a man because of the power of her serve, because she's like twice my height and twice my mass and can just smash the shit out of the ball. But you guys went on with this whole like, Mauresmo's too big and butch. And it's like, fuck you guys for making me say that. And it's like J.K. Rowling with her shit about menstruation. It's like, yeah, okay, why don't you just make cis women who don't menstruate for an entire spectrum of reasons feel like absolute shit to push your transphobic agenda? And the whole thing about procreation for cis women who either can't or don't procreate, saying the procreation is the center of being a woman, just absolutely devaluing a whole raft of cis women to make your obnoxious, bigoted point is so fucking sick. It's like butch women for years have been hassled going into women's toilets, and now this transphobic shit is getting mainstream, and it's like, oh no, it's not bigotry, it's just, oh, what's a real woman? It's like, so you get butch cis women who get threatened with violence just because they're going to the fucking toilet. These fucking pieces of shit don't care who they hurt to advance their agenda, and it's just bullshit.
Yeah,
sorry, that's my little rant.
And I have a similar one myself, which is not a rant, but a similar argument, which is, so what they like to do, they like to play the definition game. Woman equals adult human female. Female equals, gametes and can make babies, basically. And by using this, it's similar kind of thing. If they can't have children, well, they're not proper women then, are they? Well, and I've literally seen one who said, no, they're not proper women.
Well,
so
there goes elderly women.
But what do they like? Wait outside hospital surgery rooms for cis women who've had what's the name of the surgery? Hysterectomy or and just like they're in the recovery room and say, sorry, you're not a woman anymore. It was like that kind of
women
vile
shit. Through menopause.
A lot of these people do not care how many cis women they shit on And they will
Yep.
literally say that a cis woman who doesn't procreate is not a real woman. They're that fucked up. And it's just
Yeah.
like, it's all their arguments are so easy to blow out of the water. And I mean, it's fun. The dumber they get, like Ben Shapiro is hilarious. I don't know.
His poor wife.
He with dry ass pussy. Oh my god, that was funny. It's like that guy keeps
That was
out
great.
himself. It's like he was trying to be funny. For those who've missed it, there was that hip hop song with there's Megan the Stallion and who was the other one? But it was a song called WAP, which stands for wet ass pussy. And there was all this fun lines because they're basically taking the piss out of all the male rappers from the last 30 years. Who've always been talking about their dicks, and they're just talking about you need a mop to clean up after my wet. And it's jokes verbally and basically saying you can't handle this. And Ben Shapiro's trying to be funny, and he's just not funny, and he's not smart. He's trying to be smart and funny, and he's not smart, and he's not funny. And he's going, it's like a medical condition, trichinosis, if you're that wet. And everyone's just going, dude, all you're saying is you've never seen wet pussy. You're poor. Like you're not just saying you're bad at sex. You're saying you have never mildly aroused a woman in the past.
Oh, and he doubled down on it too. When people were people were like saying, "Oh, your poor wife," and
my favorite joke about him, I don't know who said it originally, but I use it all the time because I think it's so apt. Just like for someone who says he hates socialism, he seems to really enjoy being publicly owned. And
I like that. I do like it.
He just makes himself so often. And all those American right wingers just make such fools of themselves. And you're just like, oh, okay, fella. Good on you. Yeah.
Yeah.
I need to introduce you to a guy called Steve McCraw.
I don't like them putting chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay.
Turn the friggin' What you know, Alex Jones rant was based on a real thing because of some chemicals in the water. But we know amphibians can actually change reproductive gender. And there was something about it was making it happen more often. And he just went into that weird thing about making the friggin' frogs gay, which is just hilarious. But anyway. Sorry, Laura, you were going to say something.
I was going to go on something, but one of the things that made me chuckle about Alex Jones was that he was he was in divorce court effectively, or whatever it was.
Yes, no, custody.
Custody, that was it, yeah. And his wife basically used all his crazy videos as examples. Cited his crazy videos as an example. The guy's a lunatic, and he probably shouldn't get.
Yeah.
And he was trying to argue that it was just a character, and it's like
I love that.
I myself agree. I'm the same because it's like either way around, you're just using a different hand to cut your dick off.
Yeah.
Cutting his dick off to say, well, I'm not like that, which means he fucks over his audience, or he uses his other hand and says, that's me, for his audience, and ends up not getting custody of their kids. It's just, it's fantastic.
Yeah. That was great. His defense was literally, I'm lying and making that stuff up. I don't mean any of it. I'm just talking shit. So he's suddenly honest in court saying, I don't mean any of it. I'm making it up. I'm talking shit. It's a character.
Well, at least he put his kids first. Like he put his priority to his kids than his money-making character.
Oh, no. But his
son.
An attempt was made, is what you're saying.
An attempt was made.
Yeah. Oh God, we all just talk in memes these days, don't we? I love that. It's just like I use that one all the time. An attempt was made.
I think we use some in the office sometimes.
Yeah, I watched. I watched a couple of H Bomber Guy videos recently because he released a new one. But here, the one where he deconstructed the right and Alex Jones in particular hit the nail on the head. It's just like, dude, he's saying stupid shit to weed out the people who don't get sucked in by stupid shit, because anyone who's gonna say, hey, that stupid shit, is not gonna buy the ridiculous bullshit that he sells those supplements and whatnot on his site. So he's deliberately saying dumb shit so you stay away from him, because if you're smart enough to pick up his talking shit, you're smart enough to not buy the ridiculous garbage that he sells on his website.
Exactly.
So he actually wants you to recognize that he's talking shit, because he only wants people who are too dumb to see that he's talking shit. And it's like, I have problems with some of H Bomber Guy's stuff, but he also does some very good stuff.
Here's a question for you.
Yeah.
So, there's Rudy Giuliani and, all the stuff that he's going on.
Yeah.
The money that they're getting from the public to say, help us fight this injustice of, it's all been rigged against us and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Trump is making about 3/4 of the money that comes in.
Yes.
So, and it's like, okay, what, it leaves room for speculation. Do they know they haven't got a hope in hell? But this is a way to make some money to at least deaden the pain a bit.
Okay. I am slightly grey on that. I was 100% in the camp of Trump knows this is bullshit. He knows it's never going to happen. He actually doesn't want any of it to work, and it's just a scam, because he is raking in literally hundreds of millions of dollars from these morons. And so I was firmly in the camp that Trump knows it's bullshit and is just scamming people. But there are a bunch of reports coming out of the White House of people going, Trump just sort of wanders around muttering, but I won. So he started, if you can believe the unattributed reports, he started to believe his own bullshit, which is truly terrifying. If he actually, I think at the start, he knew it was all lies, but there are reports coming out that suggest he's been repeating it so often, he's started to believe it. And I don't know if that's right or not, but it scares me that he might believe the things he's saying.
Trump, I can see it. Like I say, Giuliani and all those other people, I think they're just in on the scam.
Giuliani's a fucking scammer, yeah.
Yeah.
Did you see? Oh my God, the video of one of those court cases, whereas the blonde woman who seemed like she was drunk and was saying to the panel, it wasn't actually judges, I don't think. I think it was a congressional thing. And she's kind of like, but yeah, the records show there's fake. And the guy on the panel's trying to say, I am just trying to understand what you're saying. Like, are you saying this? Because there's no evidence. And she's going, yeah, but look on the, and it's got to the point where Giuliani is reaching across to her, putting his hand on her, basically trying to say, please shut up. And I was like, okay, at the point where Giuliani goes, you're fucking crazy. Please shut up. You have passed the event horizon at that point.
Ben Giuliani is the voice of reason. Shit's fucked.
You could see him. He's reaching across and he's putting his hand over his mouth because he's trying not to smile. And he's grabbing her on the arm, basically, please stop, because this is just freakishly embarrassing what you're doing. And she didn't stop. I think she was drunk. She really seemed drunk. Yeah, she was like
to be.
She was like
how do you
drunk
sleep at night?
sorority girls. The way American drunks go, you don't even know. You don't know what I know. It's like, goddamn.
Wow.
Johnny Knoxkill in the chat saying, I hope Trump does believe, because if he refuses to leave the White House, he will be dragged out kicking and screaming, which is a real thing.
The Schadenfreude is real on that one, but there's so much damage he can do. Like, I just want him to admit defeat.
Yep. No, he has broken America. And I think he won't admit defeat because that's the scam. He goes off and he's the real president in exile, and these absolute mutants keep giving him money, and he keeps having rallies which feed his ego.
Yep.
And he ruins that.
Oh, yeah. It's going to be a pardoning spree for all the co-conspirators.
Yeah, he did like 6, and also those fucking war criminals from the Blackwater things that murdered a bunch of civilians.
Yeah,
that was the worst. It's bad enough that he pardons his criminal cronies, but he pardoned a bunch of Blackwater dudes who murdered civilians in Iraq, and it's just like, holy fuck. He is breaking America. He is breaking America.
On a sort of related thing, I did. I forgot what was the name of the guy. He was like
you have to give us more.
Going to be a governor in Alabama or something like that. I can't remember. He was a police chief,
right?
And he was just like, I can't remember what it was now. But anyway, Trump pardoned him. And
now I think I know who you're talking about. He was Texan, and he was actually convicted of a crime for cruel and unusual punishment and actually raking money off the top of these barbaric prisons. Joe Arpaio.
Yes. So he ended up going to court and stuff like that, and jail, I think it was, and he got pardoned.
Yes.
But there's this one moment where that because he was like in front of a camera or something, and they basically said, that by accepting the pardon, you're admitting guilt, because he'd never admitted guilt before. He'd always pled not guilty.
Yeah.
And so it's like you realize that you've actually now gone and pled guilty to this. You've now admitted that you were guilty by taking this plea agreement, by taking a
pardon. Yeah.
Pardon. Yeah. And it just, you can see the moment when it dawns on him.
Yeah. Sorry, and Raiders, your chat's not muted. I can see you. I know you mentioned he pardoned. This was the weird thing. He pardoned Manafort and Stone, who were his criminal cronies, but he pardoned Jared Kushner's father, who, as far as I understand, is some gross as fuck sex offender. He wasn't one of Trump's criminal cronies. He's just pardoned him because he's Jared Kushner's dad. But I'm sure he was on some really fucking gross sex offenses. Oh my God. It's just like Trump's pardoning rich people and executing poor people. It's absolutely deranged what he's doing at the moment.
Yeah.
I mean, the presidential pardon thing, like Bill Clinton was really cynical about it, like in the week before he left office, pardoning some friends of his who'd been convicted of some dodgy financial crimes and whatnot. But Trump, throughout his entire presidency, has just been saying, get fucked. No one holds me accountable for anything. That guy was nice to me. He was convicted of a crime of which he was clearly guilty. I'm just pardoning him. And no one's going to hold me accountable. And no one held him accountable. He's been pardoning people the whole time.
The thing that's interesting about Trump is that, there's an element of delusion in the psychology, because Trump having lost this election means something significantly bad to him. This is the reason he won't accept that he's lost. Because the thing that is worst for Trump, the worst possible thing anyone can be, is a loser.
Yeah, loser is the thing he doesn't like.
Those people that died for their country, those people were just losers. that's his attitude. You saw that happened before.
Yeah, I prefer people who weren't POWs
Said
comment.
that
to
McCain, John McCain.
Yeah, all that kind of stuff. That the people, when he went to France for the D-Day celebration, but it was raining, so he didn't go out. But he apparently said, that those people, they were suckers because they fought for their country.
Absolutely. So I just looked it up, and the reason I thought Kushner's dad was a sex offender is he was actually just done for like tax evasion and financial crimes. But when he discovered his brother-in-law was cooperating with federal authorities, he tried to incriminate his brother-in-law by using a sex worker to lure the brother-in-law into a hotel room and record their tryst to blackmail him. But the brother-in-law never went along with it. And that's why I thought Kushner's dad was a sex offender, because I knew there was a sex element to the whole thing. Like, he did this sicko thing where he had a whole plan to intimidate the brother-in-law who was cooperating with the authorities, but it didn't work. So, yeah, he wasn't actually convicted of any sex-related offenses. It was all just financial shit.
Yeah, it's bizarre, that little circle of Trump and Kushner family and all those sorts of things. It's twisted.
Yeah, what I love is everyone keeps quoting Chris Christie, who's a huge Trump toady, but back in the day, that Kushner had no relationship with Trump and Trump wasn't president. When Kushner was prosecuted, Christie actually went on record as saying, "This is one of the most loathsome cases I've ever prosecuted." And now everyone's trotting that line out because Christie is such a Trump toady. And he's just saying, and so everyone's just saying, oh, so Chris Christie called this one of the most loathsome cases he ever had to prosecute, and Trump's decided to pardon the guy. So it's like, oh, bit awkward.
Yeah.
But I don't know. They're just never held accountable for anything. So what the fuck?
I mean, that thing you were talking about a little while ago about Trump and doing the campaign rallies, even though, I mean, he did it weeks after he won that first election.
Yes.
And I think it comes down, it reminds me of something about, I read about Hitler. So in history, there is a schism for Nazi historians of whether Hitler was the master of the Third Reich or a weak dictator. And there is proof for either side, because after for the weak dictator thing, after he won the election in 1933, he enjoyed going to rallies and doing these big rousing speeches and things like that, but once they took power, he didn't have that anymore, and the sort of everyday boring stuff of just normal administration, well, likewise for Trump, that kind of stuff. He liked the idea of rallies and all these people that love him and all that kind of stuff. But when it comes to doing the everyday stuff, what do the people think about what you're doing? Well, your popularity is low and all those sorts of things. And the press are having a go at him, saying negative stuff, and they're just fake news, so all that kind of stuff, which is a synonym for news I don't like.
Yes.
All those sorts of things. And so the reason why he kept doing the campaign rallies is because he needed the ego boost. He needed to have people show that they loved him. And that's where he got it from all those rallies. It's narcissism, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely.
Oh,
yeah, he does have a bit of he does have that streak in Trump. And yeah, Trump certainly has that.
So he had a streak running through him like a stick of rock. I don't even know if that means anything to you. Here in the UK, we got something we call rock. and it's basically like a toffee. It's something you get at the seaside. It's like it's a long stick of you can just chew it, and it's like crisp. It's hard to explain what it is. But what they do is that you'll have Skegness or Blackpool rock, and it'll have Skegness written in it, or it'll have different words put in, because it's all I don't know. Anyway, so the joke about it is that a stick of rock has got the letters all the way through it. No matter how much you eat, it's always got the word written in there. Yeah, he's got narcissism written all through him like a stick of rock. English joke there.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, the joke makes sense.
Yeah.
And people say if you have to explain the joke, it's not funny.
No, it's true. It's not funny, but it was sort of informative.
I disagree. Explaining the joke is the funniest thing of part of a joke.
Exactly.
And I'll take that to my grave.
And if you have to explain the joke to me and I finally get it, if I find it funny, I will find it funny.
Yeah.
The funny part is the explanation of the joke.
Yeah.
That's
it depends.
I dated someone with the same attitude, and we just had so much fun with it. And Will hated it. Well, yeah.
I'm sure that works in exactly the same way as Trump does. Needs to tell himself he's not a loser.
Yeah. I always loved the line, dissecting a joke is like dissecting a frog. It might tell you how it works, but the patient will die on the table.
I disagree.
Did anyone ever watch the animated series BoJack Horseman?
Yeah.
Which I am quite a fan of. It's a Netflix animation. I really quite liked it. But BoJack, the lead character, is this sort of desperate, sort of has-been celebrity, and they show his early days of trying to be a stand-up comedian, like in the 80s, and he was desperate and needy. Like, he would explain his jokes after telling them. He'd like tell a joke and then go to the audience, do you get it? Because when the person said that, it meant that, but it looked like they were saying that. Do you get it? Do you get the joke that I was telling you? Because he was so desperate, he would explain every joke after he said it.
Have you?
I'll be back in a sec.
That's
have
cool.
you watched something called Fresh Hell?
I have not watched something called Fresh Hell.
Okay, this is Brent Spiner. As in,
Data, yes.
got a little thing on YouTube called Fresh Hell. It's entertaining to watch. Basically, what happened is it's they never actually tell you what actually happened, but Brent Spiner had the incident which destroyed his career, and so now they don't have him on like Star Trek, conventions anymore because of the incident. And they've got a bit of, before OJ went back to prison again for trying to get someone killed or something, they had him doing an interview, and it could have been worse. I could have done a spine, So it's a synonym for something happened and it was so bad,
Okay. It's quite old. I just looked it up. It's from 8 years ago.
Yeah, it's brilliant to watch. I mean, he meets LeVar Burton, but every time someone's walking down, we'll meet up somewhere secret kind of thing, and like out in the, sticks, and somewhere as soon as someone walks by, it's like someone coming, and he has to like hide behind a picture or something, behind a newspaper or something. And it's like he punched some kid at a convention or something. I mean, I don't know what happened. We have no idea what the incident is, and
But
it's
there
him
was an incident.
to put himself back up from nothing. It's
Right.
very entertaining. There's about episodes of it. I can't remember what it was, but it's funny.
Yeah. No, that looks interesting. Yes. I just, as I said, I looked it up, and 8-9 years old. Yeah. Nobody. Hello. Good evening, sir. It is clearly a party night because we are going past midnight. I'm Oh my god, I love that Abigail's left us with that space station. I only just noticed it. I was
It's
looking at
It's good.
beautiful. They use
Yeah.
it's a space station from Elite Dangerous.
Yes.
Oh.
Yes. Cool.
The one thing that's missing on space stations from Elite Dangerous is they used to have a icosahedron, is it? No, not icosahedron.
Are you talking about like the space stations that are like from the old game where they were just basically 10 polygons in like
Well, the old space stations, most of them are all the same size. So the big sort of cubish looking ones, those are the ones off the original one, except for Zeon's, which had a dodecahedron shaped one. And it's like, why don't they have that now?
I think that there is
There is
I think it's the
one of
Coriolis.
that shape.
Yeah, the
Yeah, the
Coriolis
Coriolis station.
normal ones. Those are
Yeah.
the cubish looking shaped ones. But the rest, and the rest of them are like tube shaped ones, like the one that we've got on Abigail's screen there. But for Zeon's, there was a dodecahedron shaped one, and they've never produced that. And it's like, that's just missing. They should, just someone should spend weeks of their lives making that one thing just so they can put it as Zeon's, and maybe only Zeon's. I don't know. But, just it just harps back to the old ways. I played Elite when it was in beta, and I played it in 1984 as well. So, I got a long memory of it.
I have memories of trying to rotate my my ship as I was going into in the old game, the old early 90s version of the game.
Mm.
Yeah, and if you didn't do it, you'd crash into the space station. That'd be the end of the game.
I hate Coriolis stations, just to be fair. I hate them. They're my least favorite type to land at. I'm glad I have a auto dock thing.
Yeah.
Mm.
Especially with the big ships.
Yeah, my Type 9 Heavy does not navigate well through those entranceways.
Yeah, you would think they would make a bigger door than that, because having a
think so.
9 scraping through because one didn't quite do it right, I would imagine that being quite expensive, and kind of stops like everything going in and out of it while they fix it.
Giggity.
Ooh, sorry, nobody's joined. I just noticed nobody's joining us. He's been at Carol's all night in service, so thanks for actually just dropping in and saying hi. It sounds like you have had a shit ton of stuff on. I'm just going to wake up tomorrow and see if I can get things I want in sales. And maybe
You're lucky.
Maybe a new fridge. And I've been given an inside tip of what Australian distillers might have specials on tomorrow. So looking for some booze specials tomorrow. So
Excellent. Shops are closed till Monday for me, so
some of the rules around the world for where things are closed.
Germany's
really
super strict on it. Yeah.
Stuff is probably closed for half of today, Christmas Day, and then it's open. Weirdly, the 2 times of the 2 days in the year where almost everything is shut in Australia, more so than Christmas, is Good Friday on Easter. Almost everything is shut on Good Friday, and Anzac Day up till noon, almost everything is shut. Those 2, way more stuff is shut than on Christmas or any other holiday. So Good Friday over Easter, and I don't know why that is, and Anzac Day up to noon, almost everything is shut.
Yeah.
I always used to find it amusing watching, I used to watch Neighbours.
Yeah.
And I always found it a bit bizarre that on Christmas Day, the coffee shop would be open and everyone would be like going to work and stuff. And it's like, wait, what? All right, yes, I know it's April here, but the story's supposed to, was done in Christmas then.
Yeah.
Why are they going?
They would be open on Christmas Day, yeah.
It's I know during Easter in Germany, the shops are closed on the Friday, but they're open again on the Saturday, and then they're shut on the Sunday because it's normal, and then on Monday they're shut as well.
Yeah.
It's
So almost everything's shut on Friday, and over the long weekend, a bunch of stuff will be shut. But on Friday, almost everything's shut. Like a 7-Eleven and a petrol station will be the only things that are open on Good Friday. Everything else will be shut. And a bunch of stuff will be shut on public holidays, like department stores and stuff like. Some of them will be open, some of them will be closed. But for some reason, Good Friday is like the day. Fucking everything shuts. And Christmas has more stuff open than Good Friday. It's really weird.
I think there's some laws surrounding it.
Well, yeah, it would be legislation. Yeah. But it's pretty weird. But yes, everyone in the New South Wales Premier is making a vain call to people in Sydney to not go to Boxing Day sales because they're just going to have a huge fucking outbreak in the next couple of weeks. Because they've got an outbreak now, which they've almost got under control. But for the next week, people are going to do dumb shit. They're going to go to the sales. They're going to go down to the harbour for the fireworks on New Year's Eve. And they're going to deal with hundreds more cases, which is a shame because they got this shit under control. It looked scary, but they largely managed to contain it. It's like small outbreaks. It's like, when you can test 40 to 60,000 people and get less than 10 positives, you've done a pretty fucking good job of containing things. Overall, it's like since this first came to light, there's been 100+ cases. But what happens from here? I don't know. Anyone knows? Oh, sorry. Nobody. Current topic. AZ asked if there's a live stream. He's no. I talked. AZ was here last night. I talked to him earlier today, or he left me a message earlier today. He sounded really tired. He was going like, "I don't come on a live stream and stuff." And I was like, "This was the middle of the afternoon, and you already sound like you're asleep." So I did not send him a text because I'm trying to be responsible, because he will put himself in a bad way because he thinks he should. And I'm like,
chuckling at the idea of I'm being responsible because I know AZ isn't.
No, that is literally it. That is literally it. That is literally
does like staying up.
No matter how fucked up he is, he goes, "Oh, I should come on." No, you shouldn't. Actually, if you're tired, you should fucking sleep. And but who knows? Like he might rant. Oh, actually, my phone's on silent from 10 p.m. on. Maybe I've got a message from him. No, I don't. So the fact that I don't have a message from him means he's fucking out of it. So I need to leave him out of it because he will he thinks, "Oh no, I should come and I should." And I was like, "Yeah, but you're in a bad way." And he sounded so tired this afternoon. I was just like, "No, well, if you have a sleep and wake up, that's all well and good, but I'm not going to wake you up with a call or a text message because you'll just go, 'No, I'm fine. And it's like, no, you need sleep when you can get it." So he's here tonight.
I'm kind of embarrassed to say this because if you remember the first time I chatted to maybe 20 seconds of you before you were going to bed, and then Sajuk and Aidsy and I were chatting for hours afterwards. And I really killed myself doing that because I hadn't gone to bed yet. And, it was like first thing in the morning. And, I'm a night owl anyway. So I might normally go to bed about, maybe 5, 6, 7 in the morning. But I was up later than normal. And then I, save any YouTube stuff going on before I go to bed. Video. And there you are live. And it's like, oh, gosh. So it's like, oh, I'll get on this chat on that on the, side chat. And then it's like, oh, you can come and join in. It's like, ooh. So I did that. And then I'm chatting. And so it's like, 4 o'clock in the afternoon and I haven't gone to bed yet.
Yes.
So I went to bed and then I got up stupid early, and in time to chat to you and the rest of the people here, largely. So it's like, the thing is, it was like, I get to talk to Aidsy. I've liked that guy for years, and I felt like such a fangirl kind of thing.
Yeah. Well, nobody's saying I did a good impression of Aidsy with his "No, I can talk," because nobody stayed up till 7 a.m. talking to him.
That's a pretty decent impression of him.
Yeah. Well, we've all seen him literally fall asleep mid-sentence and just. And I look, one time, I'll never find it because it's among hundreds of hours of video on my hard drives. But I don't know, one day I might find it, and it's from like 10 years ago. AD falling asleep while standing up, and he stays standing up. He's just leaning on his stick, and he absolutely loses conscious. Like, I was recording at the time, and he's going, and
oh my God.
And I'm sitting there going, I do not believe it. You actually just lost consciousness, and you're still standing up. He's just
Did he
like
stay balanced standing up?
No, he did. He's like balanced on his walking stick, but he is absolutely comatose. And he stayed that way for a long time. And like, if I'd have made any noise, he would have woken up. But I'm like, no, I'm not going to say anything. I'm just going to sit here, and the camera's rolling, and he is fucking asleep while standing up. And that's how. And that's the thing, because with his chronic pain, it's really hard to sleep, and so he will go days or even like a week with no meaningful sleep. But at a certain point, your body just goes, you know what? Fuck it, lights out. And if you're lucky, you're sitting down or lying down. But at that point, it's just like, yeah, I know the pain sensors have been keeping us awake, but the tiredness has now overwhelmed the pain sensors. And I've seen it multiple times with AZ. It's just like, it takes about 5 seconds to go from being apparently conscious to absolutely unconscious is about 5 seconds. And it's just like a switch gets flipped, and his body just goes, fuck this shit. Okay, it's time to slip into, it's not even sleep. It's like a coma. It's just like,
while you were talking about him falling asleep like that, standing up, so there's a thing that they had a problem. There still is a problem, but a lot less of one. There's a drug in Manchester, and it's probably elsewhere now, called Spice, and it's a really, really concentrated cannabis. Really concentrated, and
direct from Arrakis.
Oh yes, the spice must flow.
But either way,
sorry.
People will they refer to it as being like a zombie, that people are standing up and they're out of it. You know, it's one of the groups that are highly likely to end up taking it because it's dirt cheap and it's really strong, and homeless people often take it because being on that is better than being awake and realizing how shit their situation is, cold and hungry. So but
I mean, that's the crux of like why homeless people do drugs, like just for escapism, and who can blame them?
Yeah, I mean, I can't. Although I can understand an argument for that. I personally, I don't feel I can justify it. So I frequently give homeless people food.
I mean, I was homeless once.
I don't give them money.
I was homeless and didn't do drugs. Like it's possible. But being white and female, I had a lot of supports. And relatively young, and I had a lot of people trying to help me. But when you've got nobody and it's cold and wet, I'll take that shot of booze. You know, I'd God knows what I'd do. Like
I love the line. I forget it was which American comedian had a line like, some homeless guy on the street begging him for money. And he goes, and my initial impulse was to say, you're just going to spend it on drugs. But then I paused and went, wait, that's what I'm going to spend my money on.
Yes.
I better give him
Classic.
some money because I was just going to spend it on drugs anyway. So,
Yeah, I'm the kind of person. What happens is, I might walk past them, and then I'll go to a Greg's, and I'll buy them a couple of pasties.
yeah, no, that's solid. Yeah.
I've when I've bought stuff for homeless people, I'll ask them what they need. 9 times out of 10, it's a bottle of water or it's some Coca-Cola for the sugar,
something simple
because they need the energy. Because or cigarettes, but I don't buy cigarettes for homeless people, but I'm happy to buy them like some water or some food or something.
Yeah. I mean, there was this guy in the city. This wasn't this year. This was last year because I wasn't in the city in winter this year. It's working from home, he sort of gave off a vibe of some obvious mental health challenges. But it's the middle of a Melbourne winter, and he's sort of barefoot, sitting on the footpath. And he's really dirty, and I just paused and went, "Dude, if I got you some woolly socks or some slippers or something, would you wear them, or is that something you don't want to do?" And he was like, "Oh," and he really looked at me like he hadn't thought of it, and it was like, "Oh, yeah." And I was like, "Okay," because I almost gathered, are you trying to make yourself look just absolutely desperate? So and are you worried that if you had something on your feet, people wouldn't give you money? And so I just said, is that something, like if I got you some woolly socks or some slippers, is that something you would do?
Socks are a huge issue for homeless people because no one donates socks. It's secondhand.
Yeah, I thought this was either a guy just with really big challenges, or he was deliberately not wearing anything on his feet to, target people. But when I mentioned it to him, he just thought about it and went, yeah. Good. And I went, okay, brother. Yeah, okay, good. You got big old feet. I'm just going to go and get you some big old socks. And, and again, because it's not much. It's like 5 or 10. Go to the Big W and it's $5 or $10. And it's like, okay. And because I just felt bad, because it was fucking freezing. And this guy is sitting on the footpath barefoot. And I'm like, oh, that's not good. But I don't want to make assumptions, but that just kind of looks not good to me. But yeah, I mean, I remember having a young female come up and talk about how everything had gone wrong, and she was homeless from a country town. I was going like real heartstring stuff, and I was going, but that is also the most cliche fake fucking bullshit that all my friends used to do in their 20s. And I just, because it's on Burke Street, I said, look, okay, several blocks down there is, and it was actually the Salvation Army. A whole different conversation about how much the Salvation Army sucks ass, because they fucking do.
Yeah.
And I was just going, okay, the Salvation Army, if you go down there, you explain the situation. They can help you both with accommodation, food, and getting a train ticket home to the country town you say you're trying to get back to. And then she was kind of upset and whatnot. And I was just going, I was like, don't push me because I don't believe a fucking word you've said. Because this is the most stereotype. And but if what you're saying is true, they will actually help you. And if what you're saying is a fucking lie, I don't want to give you any money. So, call me a hard ass, but it was such a stereotype bullshit line. And it could have been true. It could have been completely true. But it's like, if it's true, they'll help you down the road. But I've heard this line of bullshit so much, and I'm just not in the mood to be a soft touch today. So, also, I'm a bastard. So, there's that.
speaking about bastards, one of the things that so I watch atheist stuff here and there. There's a show called The Atheist Experience, and one of the things that some of the atheists do, they give food to charity. They'll do a soup kitchen or whatever. And one of the things that they explain that separates them from the Christians who do it because they're supposed to, because that's what Jesus said or something. And so, the only reason why they do that is because Jesus said you should, not because of the goodness of their own heart. It's because that's what Jesus said you should do. So, but one of the ways that they separate them from people like that is that they just give them the food. They don't make them listen to a sermon before people give them food.
Yes. Yeah. I also love the line, again, flawed person, but he says some good stuff. Penn Jillette from the Magic Act, Penn and Teller. So Penn Jillette, the guy who talks, he said one like because he's an atheist, and he had a Christian going, but without, belief in God, what's to stop you from, raping and murdering people? And he said, nothing. I, as an atheist, rape and murder exactly as many people as I want to. The number of people I want to rape and murder is 0, because that is fucked. It's not because an invisible man in the sky tells me I'll be punished. It's because that would be a fucked thing to do. So yes, there is no God telling me not to do it. So I am absolutely free to rape and murder as many people as I want. And the number of people I want to rape and murder is 0. And it's just like, oh, okay, cool. Oh, okay.
I'm curious. I'm curious. In what ways you think Penn Jillette is flawed, and I'm sure he is, but I would like to hear.
Oh, he goes on with this libertarian bullshit, that American libertarian bullshit. Yeah, he absolutely does. About like all the rules against smoking are bad because everyone should be able to do whatever they want. And I agree with, from what I've seen of his public statements, I agree with way over 90% of what he's said. But he pushes that American libertarian bullshit as well. And
that's
it's
a shame.
Okay, dude. Cool. But here's one I wanted to have a rant about because I saw it earlier. Richard fucking Dawkins.
Oh, jeez.
The guy, he moved from being like a really insightful thinker and whatnot. And I think the Christians actually drove him crazy. I think the constant abuse of Christians actually drove, and the death threats and the stupidity and whatnot, I think it fucked him up. And so over the last certainly 5 or 10 years, he's graduated to being virulently bigoted against Islam, and he is really misogynist. Like, he's really anti-feminist. And it was today or yesterday he graduated to saying on Twitter, "Ooh, Merry Christmas. Ooh, sorry, Merry Holidays, children. Hang up your holiday stockings on holiday eve for Father Holiday to fill. Holiday carols around the holiday tree after holiday dinner. I'm dreaming of a white holiday." Well, here's one atheist wishing you a Merry Christmas. Like, that's an actual thing. And it's like, I will go on record now, if he lives long enough, he will convert to Christianity. I've seen I've seen it multiple times. These right-wing fuckheads who start off being, I'm a militant atheist and I'm speaking out against religion because religion's dumb, and their position just gets more and more extreme and they get more bigoted. The first thing they usually flip to is anti-feminism and misogyny, and then they get into believing in IQ and other weird phrenology bullshit.
He's too much. He's an evolutionary biologist. He wrote the book on it. Like, he wrote several. and I like if he converts to some religion, it's gonna be a pretty progressive one.
No,
I reckon.
I have seen multiple of these anti-theist dickheads on YouTube and social media end up becoming ardent Christians because what they morph into is this really rigid anti-Islam, anti-feminism bullshit, and they get embraced by
Okay.
everyone rejects them apart from the right-wing Christians, and they end up embracing
Yep.
it. I'm serious. If he lives long enough, he'll end up walking arm in arm with some he's already doing it with people like Jordan Peterson, who is a fucking lunatic. I believe in magic Christian mysticism. He already
Daddy
walks arm in
Peterson.
arm with Jordan Peterson, who's a fucking lunatic. Nobody, any sensible Christian wouldn't want anything to do with Dawkins because he's such a prick. Megalich is going to bed.
Yeah.
Night.
Oh, take
Oh,
it.
good night, Megaleech. Good night. If you're
Switch
still
around.
here.
I mean, I do subscribe to many of the things Dawkins says, but it's more on the educational side of things.
Yeah.
And you know,
Yeah, like yeah.
I'm an atheist. I'm just not an anti-theist. It's basically along the lines of if it works for you, fine. That's basically it.
as long as it doesn't hurt anyone else, you know.
Yes. The line, I won't do X because of my religion, fine, that's your choice. But when they say you can't do X because of my religion, it's like, back the fuck off, dickhead.
Yeah. And he has that same approach himself. I do agree that that he can say some really stupid things, especially on Twitter. And the problem is, he is the kind of person that I think probably doesn't get Twitter. He's the kind of person that needs to write a short essay to get a point, and trying to put that in a tweet, he can't do. So he'll just look like his obnoxious asshole.
Where I wrote him off was quite a few years ago. There was some big convention. It was basically like an atheist convention. And one of the women there made a formal complaint because this dude basically was sort of creeping all over her. And she's like, no.
I know her. Yeah.
And then she's going, I'm going back to my room now. And he's going, let me escort you so you're safe. And she's like, no.
Elevator gate.
Yeah, and going up the other, and basically he is being a horrifying, creepy predator, and she's saying, get the fuck away from me. And Dawkins went on the record of defending that guy, basically saying, well, he didn't actually rape her, so what's the problem? And it's like, you fucking piece of shit. He's garbage. He is absolute fucking garbage.
So the woman in question was Rebecca Watson, who still does YouTube content, but she was very visible in the atheist sphere at the time. And that was the nail in the coffin for me too. That was when his argument was, well, women in the Islamic countries can't even drive cars, and you're worried about being propositioned in an elevator. You should take that as a compliment. And just no. And it exposed a huge problem in the atheist community in the US around misogyny. It was that tipping point.
And it is a thing. Like when I was in Sydney in my youth, about 30 fucking years ago.
Your youth.
My youth. I hung out in anarchist circles, and a couple of people told me, oh no, there's this guy who's trying to, he's part of the movement, and he regularly tries to coerce women into having sex with him because he says it's solidarity, and if you reject him, you're uptight and counter-revolutionary. And everyone's like, the fuck is wrong with you, man? And so, he was just a creepy predator, but he was sitting in these fairly radical left-wing circles, but he was trying to twist and manipulate the radical ideology to say, you know, random casual sex is an act of solidarity. And it's like, fuck off, you fucking creep.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
absolute fucking creep.
I mean, if anything, this is sort of an adage of, you know, try not to idolize people too much, because, you know, and I do see this myself.
Never meet your heroes.
Yeah,
Don't have heroes.
I learn anything about pop stars and movie stars and things like that, because usually you'll find something really shitty about them that will put you off their music or whatever.
Yeah.
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 No,
Yeah.
I made
And then there's Patrick Stewart.
who's perfect.
Yes.
I made a video years ago called Don't Have Heroes. And partly I said it is not fair to other people to idolize them and say they're your hero, because they are human, they are flawed, they will do things wrong, and it's unfair to expect them to be flawless. But also, you're going to be disappointed if you idolize someone.
Yeah.
They're going to fuck up at some point.
Yeah.
Mm.
It's kind of like, I don't know where the tipping point for like Julian Assange was, but I think it was because for years people treated him basically as if he was a god, as if he was the savior. And I think you can only hear that for so long. You can only hear so many thousand people tell you you're a god, they will die for you, you are the Messiah, before you start to fucking believe it. And you end up basically sexually assaulting people because you don't believe that no applies to you, because you are a godlike being. It's real fucking dangerous for people to treat you like that, because it's real hard not to believe. I mean, seriously, if you spent years with literally thousands of people treating you like you were the savior of humanity, that you were flawless and you were perfect, at a certain fucking point, you are going to start believing it. And it's just, it's not healthy. It is not healthy.
One word, Jonestown.
Yeah, you end up with fucking Jonestown. That's what happens. And you can see Jim Jones basically said, I feel like you can almost see him going like, well, they're treating me like a... So if I literally tell them to take poison, I think they'll do it. And they did it. It's just like, what? And what's his name? David Koresh, the Branch Davidian. He had... They literally were treating him like he was the incarnation of Christ. And he was like, yeah, okay, we're being surrounded by dudes with guns, but what if we don't surrender? Well, you know, what if I tell you my divine power will protect you? Will you throw all logic out the window and shoot guys who outnumber us and have guns? And yes, they will. Mind you, the FBI completely mishandled that as well, because they went, rational people won't lock themselves in if we set the buildings on fire. And they seem to not realize they weren't dealing with rational people. So nobody said the airwaves are saturated with jizz because wankers get so much airtime. I desperately hope, almost certainly in vain, that the American media will stop giving Donald Trump a platform when he leaves office. That would be a simple thing that would improve human existence on the planet immeasurably if they just didn't give Trump a platform.
Yeah.
And I don't think that will happen. I think they are desperate for the controversy, and they'll give him a platform, and it's just fucking sick.
Yeah. The thing you were saying about how, you know, people could be told something that they believe it, you know, kind of thing. It reminds me of so I like American football, and my favorite team is the Philadelphia Eagles. The only reason why they're my favorite team is now I'm talking about my stepdad here, not my father, who was the awful one.
Mhm.
But we never really did much together. So I mean, during the summer we might play some cricket or something when I was a kid, but we never really did a lot together by the time I got to about 13.
Yeah.
So what happened was he was watching American football, and I went and joined him, and he explained some of the rules and what was going on. And so and it was like, okay, well, I'm going to pick a team, and the Philadelphia Eagles were playing whoever they were playing, and I thought that the Philadelphia Eagles, Eagle America, yep, and they had a prettier uniform, so that was it. That was the reason. And there's been a bonus thing as well, because I discovered later, because when I started going to America, my British friend is into American football, so I started watching it again and got back into it. But apparently, their biggest rivals, who are in the NFC East with them, are the Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah.
And back in the 80s, there was this TV show that was famous from that part of the world called Dallas. And our family nickname for it was Salad. So I can quite easily now call them the Salad Cowboys.
Nice.
It's right into that rivalry thing and just revives an ancient joke that I find funny.
Yeah.
Anyway, so they had a guy on their team called Terrell Owens. And Terrell Owens he's retired now, fantastic player. Every time he played, it was 110%. I know there's only 100%, but you know what I mean. The mentality. Yeah. So he always played really, really well. Unfortunately, he'd gone to about 3 different teams before getting there because he's an asshole.
Yeah.
Because, and they got him for his playability, but unfortunately, the asshole part came with him. And again, he probably had coaches and things saying how great he was, and he started to believe it too much. So when the team won, it was because he was on the team. And if they didn't win, it's because they didn't throw him the ball enough because he was a wide receiver, which are the guys that grab it and run it to the end. Mm-hmm. So, and ultimately he had a row with the quarterback, and it became noted. And, with the Eagles, they have a sort of mentality of a family team. You don't let the drama from in the team get out. And he'd have allowed it to get public. So they ended up screwing him over because, they suspended him. And they suspended him just long enough for the transfer window to close. Yeah. He couldn't get a job, and then they fired him.
Okay.
Bit snarky, a bit horrible of them, but that guy was an ass. He was, honestly. I don't use the C word very often, but if there's any person that really requires it, he is an example.
Yes. There are people who push your limits, basically.
I've got an interesting person to introduce you to, someone I have been dealing with. So a guy called Steve McRae. He's on Twitter.
Right.
And have you heard of someone called Mark Pellegrino?
The names sound vaguely familiar.
He used to be some actor from a TV show called Lucifer or something.
Oh, okay.
So he is... he's got this thing on Twitter, or, as Kickstarter thing, about trying to stop bullying, cyberbullying on Twitter and things like that.
Yeah.
Well, Steve McRae has jumped onto this thing because he has a problem with people like me who know his bullshit past. Uh-huh. So it's basically like, so on YouTube, and it used to be on G+, there was, there's the Great Debate Community. And it's a kind of encompassing term, a bit like flat earthers or 9/11 truthers. There's sort of all ranges of them. there are 9/11 truthers that aren't just like crazy. They just are very, very skeptical about certain parts, for example. And I'll give you an example. I used to be a 9/11 truther to a limited range. I thought the fourth plane that crashed, I thought that had been shot down. Because what happened was, there was news reports saying that they'd found debris 6.5 miles away. And I thought, okay, well, if a plane crashes in the ground, the debris is in a small area. If it's blown up in the air by an F-16 fighter, and you've already had three planes crash into buildings, and you've got another one out there, it's better to shoot it down. And then it turns out they were trying to capture the plane, and they basically killed them. And it's better for them to go down as heroes trying to capture the plane than it is for the US government to come down and shooting innocent people out of the sky, And the debris thing, what happened was when the explosion happened, bits of debris was blown up in the air, and it landed in a lake about 1.5 miles to the west, to the east, to the northeast, and that an old couple found some of that debris in the lake, and they lived on the other side of the lake. And the reporter who went to look at this debris, because they pointed it out, they'd used MapQuest to figure out how far it was, and they'd driven all the way around the lake, which is how they got to 6.5 miles away.
Yeah.
Once I realized that it was, light debris, it was like, okay, that's not a conspiracy anymore. So I accept, that plane crashed because they were trying to take it, and the hijackers crashed the plane into the ground, or they couldn't grab the controls quick enough, or whatever. Anyway, so Steve McRae has been he was a part of this great debate community thing of a group of people, and for me, he's a newbie. He joined later than I did.
Yeah.
So there's Yahoo groups, or there used to be Yahoo groups for Google Plus, and one of them he decided to create
those quite fun.
Yeah, it was a hub of activity for people involved in a certain corner of this community that I was in, and he was, he called it the Great Debate Community, and he kind of raised some eyebrows because it's like, wait a minute, that's a term that had been used as a collective for all the people, but now it's this exclusive club with that label. And then he started saying, I run the Great Debate Community, or I own the Great Debate Community. It's like, fuck off, no, you don't. There are people that are not a part of his community that are in the Great Debate, community as a whole thing. And he's trying to, it's like excluding them, so, but then he started to become a little bit, dictatorial. If you go into someone else's hangout, then you're not allowed, you're going to be kicked out of the club, basically. And it's like, okay, it's fine you saying we shouldn't go in there because the guy's a jerk, but telling people they're not allowed to or they'll get kicked out, that's too much. And ultimately, it all fell apart and a whole bunch of us dumped him because he's an asshole. Well, someone invested in him, and he had this show called the Non Sequitur Show. Talked about science and philosophy and other bits and bobs, and all that was fine. Never really watched it because Steve was in it, and Steve's an arsehole. Not interested. He just listening to the guy makes me sick. So, unfortunately, his attitude with people meant that people didn't want to go on the show as a guest because Steve was on the show. So the other guy that was involved in it decided to kick him out of it, change the locks, and, he still owed Steve his half of the money that had been raised in all the revenue and stuff like that. And so they've gone to court, and that's going through the court system at the moment. But the other guy, Kyle, he tried to run in the show without Steve for a short amount of time with some because they had some co-host things as well who weren't paid. And one of them's a lady called Katie Joy Paulson. And Kyle decided, because he couldn't get it to work, because all he got was basically hate in the live chat, for kicking Steve out of it, and rightfully so. Steve might be an arsehole, but he certainly deserves to get his half of the money. It's only fair. And of course, you've also got weird complications such as Steve has he's not only allowed to earn a certain amount of money to qualify for his medical insurance. And so he asked Kyle to look after his part of the money until he had some surgery done, which sounds a bit like medical fraud. Yeah, sorry, insurance fraud, you know. So there's all sorts of weird complications going on there.
Yeah.
So what happens is Kyle can't make a go of this thing, so he decides he's going to act like someone who's deep in debt and stop answering the letters. So he just disappeared. He just left YouTube alone, and eventually Steve sued him, and he didn't pay attention to it and it's irrelevant. It's not important. But in the meantime, while Kyle's got his head buried in the sand somewhere, Steve decides that anybody that supported Kyle, because what happened was Kyle talked to the co-hosts and told them a lot of true things, but also added a few lies in there. And because they recognized the true parts, they didn't realize the lies were lies. And so one of them verbalized, this is what happened. This is my, and Steve went after this Katie girl. And he threatened anybody who supported Kyle, he'd burn their channels to the ground.
Okay.
But he went after this Katie girl for 11 months. He chased her all over the internet. He went into private Facebook groups and posted comments publicly. He publicly posted her personal messages. He went into, I mean, you can love this. He went into a teen mom private Facebook group looking for dirt on Katie, because you can only give the same amount of dirt, because she wasn't saying anything. She was trying to ignore. Every now and again she'd pop up and say, leave me alone, and disappear again. And that was just more excuse for him to add more shit to it. You know, I mean, just to give you an example, just over a year ago, November 2019, in a 2-week period, he had 46 hours of videos attacking her. And all day, every day on Twitter. You know, now he's trying to put himself as one of these guardians because there's horrible cyber bullies out there that keep, bullying people on the internet. And it's like, oh my God, the hypocrisy. You could cut the hypocrisy with a knife. It is so thick. An example of Steveism is, have you ever heard of police auditors?
Not particularly.
It's an American thing. So basically what happens is you got people with video cameras or phones, and they see the cops stopping someone, and they'll video it just to make sure that they don't overstep their legal boundaries. They don't just like start slapping someone or, I mean, ironically, the kind of video footage that was the, I've forgotten his name now. I Can't Breathe. And
George Foreman. No.
Floyd. George
What's
Floyd.
his name? Floyd.
George Floyd.
Yes.
That's almost an example of police auditors, except for they would try to intervene. It's and that kind of thing. So, so what happened was Steve, he goes around because he wants to grow his channel. So he goes looking for topics that, there's lots of people watching this person. Well, I'll get that person on my show to talk about their thing that they talk about. Because that will maybe they'll come and subscribe to me and I'll get more, which sounds reasonable. However, what happened was, so he got one of these police auditors in, and during the live stream, other police auditors were trying to leave messages in the live chat saying, excuse me, you should know that guy you've got on your show, he is a convicted rapist, multiple.
No, jeez.
And Steve, thinking that they were trolls, they thinking it was someone like me who comment on him being an arsehole. So he thought that they were sock accounts of someone like me, so he removed them. And then afterwards, after the live stream was on, people left evidence, and he deleted that as well. And so he got criticism for it. And so his way to deal with the criticism was to defend the convicted rapist. So first he's saying it was a Romeo and Juliet case. No, it wasn't. She was 17 in the first one. She was 17, which is the legal age, and he was like 24 or something like that, 28. I can't remember what it was now. And another one, they were both adults. Then he said it was consensual. Now, the thing is, consensual doesn't involve, and you're going to love this, it doesn't involve someone pretending to be a cop with a Kojak light on the car, pulling them over, arresting them after saying they'd stolen something or other from a 7-Eleven or whatever, arresting them, putting them in flexi cuffs, taking them to a vacant parking lot, and raping them with a gun up her.
Oh.
Yeah, that is a not good person. Yes.
Yeah, and then finally he goes into, well, I've spoken to his brother and I've spoken to his friend, and they think he's innocent, and they say he's innocent. And I've seen secret evidence, and I can't show you because I don't share private messages except for the people he hates, of course. And so, I've seen this evidence. You'll just have to trust me.
Jesus.
So he effectively became a rape apologist for this David L. Warden.
Yeah, that's a big yikes. Yeah.
Yeah. But like I say, his latest one is, effectively he, anybody who disagrees with him, he will assign you into 4 categories because he just wants you to dismiss you and just go away. And it'll be, you're a troll, you're crazy, you're some form of ableism. I've got Asperger's. He says I can't do social cues. I do social cues pretty much fine. A few here and there I have problems, but generally I'm fine. And what was the other one? But yeah, he just tries to dismiss people, and he'll, like I say, if you don't take no for an answer, he'll just call your names instead. One of my favorite ones. So he refuses to defend himself. He won't have a debate with anybody. He will get one of his friends to do it for him. So he had his friend have a debate with someone else, and in that debate, his friend basically said, "I don't know. You'll have to ask Steve." But you can't ask Steve because Steve has you blocked.
Right. Yes.
You know what I mean? This is, he'll block anybody at the drop of a hat. Any hat.
Yeah.
So one of the things. So what happened was, one of the things that happened with this Katie, because Steve is one of these juvenile, still got a juvenile head. Effectively, what happened was, there's that age when, I never really did it because I wasn't very popular, but there's that age when you're about sort of 14, 15 kind of thing, and you start swearing with your mates, but you better not be heard by your mum or your dad or any of their friends or anyone that will tell your parents.
Yeah.
So what happened was he got to that kind of, that juvenile attitude, talking about women like they were just a sex object and stuff like that. Then he went and joined the Navy and ended up becoming being around another bunch of people that can have the same kind of attitude because it's mostly a man's environment. And unfortunately, unlike normal people who grew up and realize it's not appropriate to say such things, he just says them anyway. And so in a pre-show with Katie, he said something about his penis and mentioned her boobs and things, said things that made her feel uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Now, of course, in a system like this, women, what they'll do is they will, if someone says something horribly misogynist or something, sexually inappropriate, they might laugh it off, because if you come out and say something, you become a target. Oh, you're taking it too seriously. I was only joking, that kind of stuff. So you can become a target. So she didn't say anything. Of course, then he started going after her, and then she says it. So, so she posted on Twitter about, he'd said sexually inappropriate things. And I posted a picture where, out of nowhere, because what happened was, so you remember I told you about there was that Great Debate Community G+ group?
Yes.
So basically a bunch of us got sick of his shit and we dumped him. But he likes to say that he left us. And this is not true. So in a thread that someone was having with on Twitter, I said that Steve lies whenever he says I left them, because the reality is that we left him. So over the next day, effectively, after trying bat it, he had me blocked already, but eventually he unblocked me to say things about me. And I'm just going to share a screen share with you, because this is what happened. And so, now before he knew me, when he last had any communication with me before those couple of days, I was still living as a guy. But I'd been living as a woman since January, and this was in September. But he didn't know this stuff until this week. And so he just comes out, get over it, Laurie. You're clearly fixated on me. I don't think of you that way and will never date you. Sorry, you're not my type. You will have to stop obsessing about me. No means no. Because, if you challenge him, if you challenge his lies, you're just a troll, you're just obsessed, etc., etc. And he used my gender status against me, effectively, my transgender status, as a tool to attack me. So my reply was, wow, is that where you're going? Is that what you think winning an argument looks like? Because I'm trans, I want to date guys, or date guys like you, and obviously appropriate smileys there. That's really creepy. That says nothing about me, but speaks volumes about you. Remember that line you said about?
Yeah.
So that I stuck in my head for a long time. Honestly, it's really, it's an important thought that's kept with me. So this was September. You can see at the bottom. Look, September the 18th. And then, Katie had said, that he'd said sexually inappropriate things. And I posted that to say, yeah, he used my transgender status against me. So in a video a few days later, this was at the end of November 2019, she basically says that, Steve had said, this thing about, and Laura. And so Steve, Fiona and Laura, Fiona's older. And so Steve's and also on the troll list, although she's actually got the goods on him and has evidence. So what Steve does, and this is my picture, so this is what I look like. And this is what he does. He posts a picture of me as a guy.
Right.
This is Fiona and Laura. The women thinks Katie Joy is sexually harassed, and Katie actually said Steve harassed me, has been harassing me, and said sexual things. So Steve has put the two together, sexually harassed. And it's like, and he posted a picture of me, guy. The Fiona's in the blue section, and and it's like an unflattering picture, making her look old, and that kind of thing. It's just low resolution, and he did that and posted a picture of me as a guy. I mean, that's turf territory here. It's turf tactics, isn't it? What's amusing about it is that I know where that picture came from. It came from a video I made, in 2015, before he was making videos, and his excuse for showing it was, oh, that was an old picture I had of Laura from when he was a guy. And that's the only picture I had. And, so I used that. And it's like, what the fuck? Wait a second. You only have to go to my pinned tweet, and there's a picture of me as I am now. You can go to my YouTube channel, and straight away, all the newest videos will all be me as female. He posted a picture of me as a guy to show how he couldn't possibly have sexually assaulted me. Sexually harassed me. And then his friend, she pops in and said the only reason why Steve used that picture was because, that was the only picture he had from when he knew me, which isn't true because he didn't know me then. And because Katie said that Steve sexually assaulted me when I was a man. I haven't been 300 miles of Steve McRae, and that was for a week when I went to that funeral thing. The rest of the time, I've been 5,000 odd miles away from him. So, an entire continent and an ocean away.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that guy's slime. But he's fascinating to watch because, it's like everything he says, accuses other people of doing, he does.
Yeah, there's a few people like that around. It's really disturbing.
I find it amazing. See, one of the reasons why I got involved in the great debate topic, God and religion and atheism and stuff like that, is because I met a street preacher, and it's like, okay, I can't believe that stuff. Why do you? It was basically an anthropological examination, I suppose you could say. But honestly, you meet some awful people on the internet, and he's one of the worst.
Yes.
And the thing is, it's very similar to what Trump is like, because if you think, what Steve did was anybody who would criticize him, anyone who would hold him to account, because to have good friends, you don't want yes men. You need people. You need a combination of people that are good and friends and loyal. And the reason why they're loyal is because you're a decent person, but also that they can be honest enough to hold you account. Say, okay, Angry Aussie, yeah, that was a bit dubious thing to say there, and you have a think about it, yeah, maybe you're right. Do you know what I mean? You need a counterbalance, effectively, to keep you on the straight and narrow. And what Steve does is anybody that will hold him to account, he gets rid of them. Because he wants to believe whatever he wants to believe. He wants to be as un-PC as he wants to be, and doesn't like being told that maybe he's doing something wrong. His ego is so fragile, he can't handle that.
Yeah.
So
it's a bit of that.
it's Trump is the same, isn't he? Anybody that would not just be a yes man and do what he wants, they need to go. Barr, look at that. Yeah. Look, he's a perfect example of it. Until recently, Barr was doing exactly what he wanted, but as soon as he started saying, yeah, this election seems to be fine, that's when he must be got rid of, because he's not singing the tune anymore.
Yes. Yeah, no, that's a deranged narcissist at work there. But hey, I'm going to go to bed. I don't know about anyone else. I'm going to say sayonara for the evening. I hope all you fabulous people look after yourselves. I think I'm on a date night on Saturday. That's tonight, not tomorrow night, Saturday night. So, because it's 1 a.m. So I will see you people at some point in the future. I hope you all
long and prosper.
Prosper. Take care of yourself.